Yo! What up, Lisandro Peña? What up, what up, what up, what up? Happy Friday. TGI Fridays, folks. TGI for all the Fridays. How we doing? Did you sleep good? Are you doing good things? Are you winning? How's Lisandro Peña? Mr. El Taco Boy. What's good? Oh, we're locked in. Yeah, of course we are. What up, Alex P? What up, Common Good? What up, K-Mill? What else we got? We got Grip in the chat. Two Hinge in the chat. Chicken Marsala in the Twitch chat. Shout out Twitch chat. 25th Amendment. Blue MAGA time. All right, listen, folks. Here's the plan for the day. Happy birthday, Mr. El Taco. Is it your birthday? Happy birthday. May all your dreams come true. I don't know the birthday song. I don't know it. Never knew it. Never learned it. Happy birthday. Okay. Plan of action. We got a POA. What up, fishing fan? Gen X, Lisandro is now harassing IRI too, and I don't have a wrench in there. Oh no, Lisandro is spreading. Only pencil, Lisandro Peña. Here's the plan of action. Here's the POA. In about 10 to 20, 10, 15, 20, thereabouts, we are going to talk to PFJUNG. Do you guys know this guy? PFJUNG? He and I are going to have a discussion, apparently. He has some, apparently has some questions about executive power. Unlimited power, unitary executive theory, and some other things about presidential authority. Tomato says no. That's ridiculous. Bro, I don't even know what you're talking about right now. I mean, neither. Oof. Ugh. I hate this guy. Guys, this is like the mother / father when you have like that aunt that you don't like coming over. I don't like her either, honey. But we have to put on a good impression. It's only 2 hours. I don't know how long it'll be. I don't think it'll be that long. Jung seems so unserious to me. Kane with 4 exclamation marks. He's unironically a Nazi? Wait, really? What? Seriously? Since when? Thought it was a centrist. Thought it was center-right. No, I have some personal stuff yesterday. Personal. Get him, Pisco. I mean, he said he has some questions for me. He's a Nazi? His J.J. McCulloch, Big Joel breakdown in the Nick Fuentes talk was brutal. I like PF personality-wise, but God, does he not have any idea of how anything works? He's troubling. No, flip-flopper, no, he's too dumb to be a Nazi, but he used the wrong two. Centrists. He's not a Nazi. Stop. All right. I never called him a Nazi. That's what the chat was saying. The chat was saying that. You guys ever watch Homestar Runner? The cheat. You guys ever watch that, Homestar Runner? Careful on this one. Always careful. Important to know. He's a very open person. Oh, we got a PFJUNG fan in the chat. Everyone, I've identified the PFJUNG fan. You've been outed. Sorry. The chat, it's just me. Proto-Nazi. Let's not throw around the N. You don't call people Nazis. Fuck, I can't do the PS. Hang on. Fuck, I used to do it. I can't do it. Sorry. I wanted to go for it. Didn't. This is going to make my work so much better. I don't know. Common Good apparently knows, and she has the scoop. Fuentes talk he did was bad, but the JJ and Big Joel talk was brutal. Huh. So he was bad and brutal? In such bad or revealing look? Brutal doesn't seem like the antithesis of bad, and so your use of the conjunction but there confused me. The Nick Fuentes talk he did was bad, but the JJ and Big Joel talk was brutal. Like, it just seems like and the JJ and Big Joel talk was brutal. Hang on. I don't think... Fuck, I used to have it. I don't have it anymore. But yeah, we're going to be talking to him. He said maybe 15-ish at 10:07. So if my math is correct, if my calculations are correct, that'll be about 10:22. So in about 8 minutes. Other things to note. After the PFJUNG conversation, I told Crystal Ball I would review this. And so I'm going to review this. Apparently, it's an epic beatdown of Tomi Lahren. That's Tomi Lahren on the left there. She's a conservative person. She used to work for the Blaze TV. And then she said she's pro-choice or something. And so she got fired from the Blaze TV. And then she went on to Fox News, I think. And now I think she's doing Tomi Lahren is Fearless on the Tomi Lahren network. And folks, I've just noticed that she has nearly 3 times the subs that I do. I'm quickly approaching 25,000, which would be a humongous milestone. And I'll do another Q&A, but I just wanted to also shout out the channel and the progress. It's been great. Been very amazing. Have you guys been following this guy, Drew Pavlo? What did she do to her face? Let's not do this. Ricardo, you're insulting a woman. Jagmore says, I watch him from time to time. He is a person who is too open, as in open to conspiracy theories and, quote, unconventional opinions. Did you just abuse a woman? Oh, no. I'm just kidding, Ricardo. Humongous what? Is that sexual harassment? Humongous what? Whoa! Gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Grip, for the gifted memberships. The grifted. And the gifted memberships. Tali, wow. 2 different notable people. 5 notable people. Thank you so much. Tali from the South Side, Kick Nastanza, Hal Puppy, and Kane with 4 exclamation marks. Didn't I make the same joke 2 days ago? What joke was it? I don't know it. What position do you think Dems should take regarding the shutdown? I think that we should stand on principle. Stand on biz. I've always been standing on biz. I think the healthcare position is a good one. I like the tariff position, the healthcare position. I think they're both good. And so far, I don't think Schumer has completely fucked it up in every possible way. He released a short to the point statement where it's like, the Trump shutdown is on. We're trying to fund healthcare. They're not. And then it was over. And I'm like, wow. Wasn't, respecting the fact that you could be brief and to the point, Mr. Schumer. I do think that it could be better right now. But I don't have much in terms of complaints about where the party's at. If anything, I have complaints for like these kind of enlightened centrist people, as I always do. The other day I put up a poll of the most annoying types, and I put 4 different categories. I put the category of, maybe I can just pull this up so I can show you guys. Why talk it when I can show you? YouTube is an audiovisual medium, so I might as well show the thing. Do this, do one of these, one of those, and one of these. Who's the most annoying? True believer MAGA, enlightened centrist, irony poisoned lefty MAGA, fake moderate Republican. And these are the archetypes. For the true believers, it's like some version of Caroline Leavitt, like Johnson, etc. Maybe put in here Giuliani, QAnon shaman or something. Number 2 archetype is Piers Morgan, Anna Kasparian, Portnoy. These kinds of, I'm not for one side. I'm just myself. 3 are like the MAGA communists and Red Scare Girls, Dasha and Anna. Throw in Jimmy Dore a little bit. Hang on a second. Hello? Okay. For me, hang on. It's tough between the centrist and the irony poisoned lefty MAGA. Because those Red Scare Girls, they really do a number. Especially when they're trying to act above it all, and then they release an unironic post like Anna did the other day. Anna Ketchen, I can't even pronounce her last name, where she's like, I actually think that this is not a free speech issue. I agree with David Portnoy. I actually agree with David Portnoy. Actually, she would say, I believe that it's not a free speech issue. And just like the Mahmoud Khalil case. Where would you put Ryan? Firmly in enlightened centrist. Wouldn't you guys agree? Anyway, I had a point here. I was saying something. I was going somewhere. What was my point? Oh, yeah, the enlightened centrist reaction to the shutdown, where it's like, this is like the same when the Democrats tried to pass the bill before. I'm like, shit changes, right? Would you pay $800 for a PS4 now? No, you wouldn't. Situations change. The consistent principle that I've always stood for in these shutdown talks is who's open to negotiation, who's negotiating in good faith, and who's not. So I was against the Democrats just accepting the Republican framework when they didn't even try to negotiate with them. Likewise here, the CR that is under proposal is a package that has had no input from Democrats. The quote-unquote clean CR. So why would we support something? Why would we give votes to a package, to a CR, that wasn't the product of negotiation? You get me? That's been my consistent principle. But in general, it's like a different situation. And so when you have these enlightened centrist types, the Anna Kasparians of the world being like, I wonder what's in, like, you know, I guess both sides are fucked up. It makes you want to scream. All right, give me just 1 second. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. We got the wrong coffee! Figuring this out. These motherfuckers. Alright, 1 sec. Anyway, where were we? Ah, yes, the shutdown. The shutdown. Do you understand what I'm talking about? So you get it, right? So that's basically the whole thing. Well, so what do you think of this poll? Who would you think is the most annoying? The fake moderates are like the Mitch McConnell, Susan Collins, Mike Lawlers. They piss me off. All these people piss me off. But it has to be this both sides is you see, the problem is the radicals on both sides are leading the parties. That shit. I can't stand it. Makes me want to scream. Asmongold thinks he's a centrist. Yeah, this has to do with like your mentality and how you present yourself. Not necessarily where you line in the political spectrum. Like, it's possible that there's some overlap here in terms of their political positions. Imagine a world where Mitch McConnell's moderate. Yeah, I know. That's why it's fake moderate. Fake. What up, Aquila? Anyway, we're just waiting real quick for our good friend, possible Nazi PFJUNG. I'm, of course, joking. Also, folks, I think today we'll be able to put up the edit of the debate I had. Oh, Kafka Esquire's in the chat. Might as well just say hi to him just real quick. Anyway, that debate was a complete raffle stomp, and so I think you guys will like it. Yo, what up, Kafka? Try talking again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now it's good. Have you ever seen
Okay.
the show Home Movies?
Yeah, dude, that show is very good.
Do you know when Dwayne does the "He is Franz Kafka"? That whole thing?
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a good little bit they do.
No, yeah, no, I've actually really enjoyed since taking on this name, hearing all of like the memes and stuff that people are like, "Oh, hey, you remember this?" And it's like, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I do." So like, no, I really love anytime people are like linking me shit about Kafka randomly.
No, that's really cool. I'm
Um,
going to ask you exactly which point you have. I think it's related to the shutdown. But first of all, thank you so much, Grassroots Hegemon. Do you believe PF Jung and Connor are fake moderates? I think Connor is a liberal who's pretending to be a moderate, or I should say, liberal pretending to be a Republican. And I don't really know about PF Jung. He kind of scares me. Sorry. Go ahead, Kafka.
no, I hear that. No, you're good. No, that's a good reason to interrupt me. But no, so I am torn because I agree with your sentiment generally on the shutdown thing. However, would you agree that like no matter what the Democrat stance is, unless they just totally capitulate, the Republicans aren't going to move, right? Like at this point, I don't see them moving for any reason, right?
Um,
Um,
I'm not sure about that.
okay, well, how about this? In the short term, I don't see the Republicans moving, right? They're happy to have this kind of chaos, things like that, right? Even if the Democrats are pretty reasonable, I don't know if we'd ever really get a bunch of movement from the Republicans. Do you think that there's like space where they might move to, or how do
Yeah,
you feel?
I think that there are vulnerable Republicans
Okay.
who, and if it's the case as it is, that Republicans will be blamed for the shutdown every day because the shutdown is affecting payroll for people
Hmm.
who matter to these individual representatives. You know, I'm not saying that they matter ethically to them, but to some of these
Yeah,
reps,
there's at least a transactional nature to it,
right,
right?
right, right. To some of these
Yeah.
reps, they have an interest in maintaining payroll. So I'm not saying anything about their ethics or morals or anything like that. I'm just
Okay.
saying that there
Fair
are some
enough.
people who are motivated by incentives here, and so long as Republicans are being blamed, I think it's bleeding, and they're bleeding off support, and things are going to get worse if the government stops functioning. Additionally, I think that there, in addition to like the premium rises and spikes being timed almost perfectly to coincide with the healthcare demand, I think that just the costs are going to increase, payroll for government employees going down, and so I think that these, by and
I,
large, are areas of vulnerability.
okay, and I think that's totally fair. So do you think that there's a a good chance that we're going to get some capitulation on healthcare out of the Democrats' strategy?
Hmm.
And I'm really not asking you to read the bones. We're saying like, do you feel that way? If it doesn't come true, that's fine. I'm saying like for you, it feels like this is a strategy that has the potential to get us some actual gains where we want,
Yeah,
right?
I think the answer is
Okay.
yes.
Okay, that's fair. And I'm trying really hard not to doomer because for me, in my mind, like I want to be with you, but at the same time, the other part of my brain is going, the Republicans don't care. They don't actually want to solve this. They want to use this to their own ends. And because of that, the Democrats should come out and say, we aren't voting for the budget bill until they release the entire Epstein files. Okay. And the reason I'm saying that is not because I really care about the Epstein files, but because it so singularly focuses it on that. And the amount of like brain dead normies out there that don't care about politics, like that is such a simple message for them to understand and such a simple like attack on the Republicans. Do you see what I'm saying? Where it's like it's something where it's like it just so purely like crystallizes like these are bad people and makes it so easy to make that argument. That like I half want them to do that. I know it's kind of a meme, but like it's also kind of like a dirty tactic that I feel like would actually have like at least some kind of effect on the vibes-based voters out there.
Maybe.
But it could just be that I'm over representing vibes-based voters and caring about their opinions too much.
I think people underplay the importance of some of these issues, like
Hmm.
healthcare and
Oh,
yeah, and so I hear
I,
you.
I'm with you. Real quick, this I'm only saying I would support this tactic if we thought there was no hope of rescuing healthcare and things like that. Like if we were going into this saying like we do not expect to get any concessions from the Republicans, they're happy for the government to be shut down. This is a like kill switch. Okay, fine. We're gonna this is to make you look maximally bad, right? That's kind of where I'm coming from with it.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that the Epstein files is something I wouldn't want to bargain with because it's something substantively I don't think matters as much to me as opposed to the healthcare of Americans.
It's fair.
And separately, I'm like, well, what do I think is going to happen? Do I think that Trump, who has been so resistant to, like, I would expect him to be more resistant to releasing the files, whatever those are, than just giving some more money to people.
Well, I agree with you, and I think that for me, I'm this is kind of like a black pill voter thing where it's like I think that a ton of voters, unfortunately, don't care about the healthcare stuff. I think there's even a good amount of them that receive that healthcare that actually don't care that much when it comes to vote and things like that. But like the Epstein files have gained such momentum as a meme that that would actually break through to a number of people that might not get broken through otherwise. It's entirely vibes based, so that's why it's like it's a non-serious argument. I just was like running it by you, and I actually appreciate your pushback on this because, to me, I feel like I get pulled into this kind of like, well, we need to like think about how people are perceiving blah 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 blah, and I don't like that mentality. And so whenever I see people being like, "Oh, Schumer's not doing enough," blah 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 blah, and I think it's fair to say he's not doing enough, but at the same time, it's like I do think that he is in the correct position here. I do think that he's making like he's not wrong. Maybe whether his tactics are good or not, or whether he could have done stuff better. Sure, there's a discussion there, but I don't. I personally do agree that the healthcare is the main focus.
Yeah.
That was just that was just a small thing. That was just kind of picking at my brain. As far as I was actually reading through some of the James Comey stuff the other night. You've gotten the chance to cover that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I have.
So I'm having a hard time on one hand where we have the grand jury indictment, very, very narrow one. He gets that indictment. And at this point, it seems like that's all MAGA really wants. Like it feels to me like for them, whenever I've talked to some of the MAGA people in my life, that's the conviction in their minds already. Like he's already guilty, blah 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 blah. If he doesn't get truly convicted, then obviously it's like the judiciary's turned against Trump or blah blah blah, things like that. You know. And then at the same time, whenever I try to talk to people on the left about it, like I have multiple friends who they're pretty well informed and things like that, and they're like, we don't care, we hate James Comey because he did these things that were bad, and we don't think that he did enough to like help our side. So why should we care that this happened, right? And I think that for me, I can say, it's easy for me as a lawyer to be like, well, we shouldn't be charging people that aren't guilty for things, blah blah blah. And I feel like I see people fall into this doomerism of like, well, I don't care, I don't like James Comey, so whatever. Like, have you run into that at all, or like had to deal with any of that in your life?
I just had a debate with a bunch of MAGA people on the Comey indictment, and it was an absolute destruction. Absolute demolition, in my opinion. I mean, both the MAGA people were apologizing in their closing statements. They were like, "I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared. I know many people are disappointed with my performance." It was a little bit sad. I very obviously kept twisting the knife. And
why would you
kept
do
pushing.
that, Pisco?
I know. It's pretty mean to me, but I think that there is a way to do it, and it's basically to push the line that you have no evidence for the charge at hand. And if they're like, well, I don't care, I don't like Comey, like, oh wait, so you're in favor of charging people when there's no evidence of a crime, when there's not any good evidence of a crime that they did a thing, you're okay with that? And if you push that, right. Or if they say, it's not that I want it, it's that I don't care, like, oh, you don't care if your country's, like, the leader of your country is going after people for non-existent crimes. Right. So being indifferent as opposed to advocating for it doesn't help you, because then you just look like an asshole. Or you have to be like, yeah, I don't care about government corruption, I don't care about political prosecutions. And it gets you to weird places. And so I think that there is a way, both for the left and for the liberals who don't care about Comey, they should, right? Like, even though Comey fucked over arguably Hillary Clinton, they stand in opposition to Trump, and this is a liberal value that is equality before the law and no political prosecutions. So I don't really think that it should be that much of an issue to push them hard on it.
Okay, but yeah, I'm going in that direction. It does just feel a little bit like I got people on the right that don't care, I got people on the left that don't care, and it's that kind of like, geez, guys, come on, like I felt like that was something we could come together on, but No, whatever.
Never.
But no, I appreciate your perspective
Yeah.
on that for sure.
I,
I
I got to bounce in a second for my
no,
PF Young discussion, but I'd love to have you
you're
back
good.
and discuss longer.
I'm just gonna do just two quick things.
Yeah.
All right. One is me and Zip. We started a new debate show. We have one episode out, and it's kind of a real more formal, kind of like bench trial style format. Over on his channel, he's got a VOD up there. I'd love to get your feedback, but I know you're a busy guy, and maybe have you on someday for it because we're
Yeah.
really trying to have a kind of more structured style debate. We even do like pre-show filings. It's really fun.
Oh,
The other
shit.
one is, yeah, the other thing. I had some friends that were kind of they're building a political action kind of committee, and they're really working on kind of getting liberal and anti-Trump stuff out there. They're working in the New York area, and if we
Mm.
can DM about this later. I didn't know if you had any contacts up there in the kind of New York DNC stuff like that. They were just asking me to reach out to you since you and I have talked
Yeah,
before.
just DM me.
I will. I'll
All
shoot you
right.
something. I appreciate it. And hey, I'll probably come on sometime, probably in the next couple of days.
Awesome. Later, brother.
All right. Have a good one.
Bye. All right. PF Jung. I give you PF Jung. Just give me a second to call the motherfucker.
Oh,
Yo, yo, yo. What up?
yeah.
Hang on a second. Let me just make it so that people can see you.
Whoops.
How you doing, Jung, Mr. Jung?
Yo,
Yo,
Pisco.
what it is? Hang on, one second, one second. Let me. I just want to
What
make.
to do, baby?
Yo, chill with it. One sec, one sec. Properties. Go this and do this with you. Boom. Oh shit. I think we got it. I think we got it.
Are we cruising?
What up? What up? What up? PF Jung. Do you go by PF Jung in this kind of like interpersonal conversation style?
No, I like Paul.
You like Paul? All right. What up, Paul? A lot of Pauls lately.
It's a good name.
Yeah.
Wrote the Bible. Good actor, Giamatti.
Oh shit. Who's your favorite actor, Paul?
Giamatti's the only one I actually know. Paul
Oh.
Giamatti. Oh, I guess Paul Walker,
He's dead though.
but he's dead. And I've also never seen any of his movies. So,
Yeah. Sorry
Be
about
dishonest
that. You
if I
never
say
seen
anything
Fast and the
else.
Furious?
no, there's too many of them.
Damn.
Too many. It's like I see a podcast that's 4 hours long. I'm not watching it. If there's 12 Fast and Furiouses, I'm not watching any of them.
Well, I have to say, PF Jung, Paul, that it was a pleasure talking to you the other day. Maybe a little frustrating. This was about a few months ago that we last spoke. I think it had to do about Trump stuff, immigration stuff, potentially. But you reached out to me to have some, I guess, deeper conversations about the executive power
Yeah.
under the
Yeah,
Constitution.
I'm on a research arc here.
Yeah.
You know, all these fuckers talking about vibes-based analysis. It's ridiculous. It's
Yeah.
anti-intellectual. It's disgusting. I would never support it.
Of course not.
And I'm on a facts and logic arc, which requires me to do research and talk to people who are actually informed on things.
I appreciate that. What can I, if you don't mind me asking, what like sort of stroked your curiosity, and what research mission are you on?
Because the people like Curtis Yarvin and the people on the new right and the post-liberal right push for this idea of a centralized executive. And they keep making arguments that this is basically the model that they use for the kind of power they want to afford to the president is someone like FDR or Teddy Roosevelt or Abraham Lincoln. And that's odd to me because no one would consider those monarchs. No one would consider us not a democracy under FDR. In fact, many people would say that it was the height of American democracy with FDR. So,
So is it a
have two
semantic
questions.
conversation, one where you're like, well, I don't know why you call yourselves monarchs. So we're referencing Curtis Yarvin here, who is, a philosopher for some of these tech bros, for some of this new right-wing movement type people. I think is a little cringe myself, but I think that they
He's
make
very
these
cringe.
allusions or at least references to monarchy, and are you trying to like disprove them that, hey, you don't actually believe in monarchy, or your archetype here isn't a monarchist?
I'm trying to understand specifically because I asked one guy, Dave Green, the distributist, who you might have an interesting conversation with now that I think about it. But yeah, I was making this claim that there just needs to be more, like when people talk about dictator and CEO monarch, They're using all these terms that are obviously charged. But the model they have in mind is someone like FDR, and that I'm trying to understand if they're actually correct on the degree to which FDR governed like a unitary executive. But I don't know. We can talk for like 20 minutes or something. I just have some generic questions.
Ask me.
Unitary executive theory. Donald Trump was called a fascist, and Bill Barr was called a fascist, and all this stuff for trying to centralize all of the executive power under the executive agency. There are certain agencies that are already entirely under the executive control. I don't know which ones exactly. But then there are other agencies that are set up by Congress. I think like the FTC maybe, or and maybe the SEC are like independent agencies established by Congress that the executive agency can direct but doesn't have complete control over. Is this a crackpot theory, or does this have legal precedent, or is this reasonable, or what?
If by crackpot legal theory you mean that it is sort of a fringe theory, the answer is no. If what you mean is like, has it been uptaken by many members of the bar and of the academy, the answer is yes. It used to be a lot less popular than it is now, but I would say it commands a supermajority on the Supreme Court at this moment. So the unitary executive theory is a particular vision of Article 2 of the Constitution. Article 2 is the part where they set up the presidency, modeled in some parts, to make the point to the monarchy point like a little more clear. There are some elements of the king's power that are thought of to embody the president. For example, the power to pardon. But it was modeled after George Washington and with him in mind as the first chief executive. So the theory of the unitary executive is that this vesting clause of the executive branch and the executive power under Article 2 vests all of the executive power with under the president, the person of the president, and basically attempts by other branches to dilute the all-encompassed self-contained power, the executive power vested in the president, that those are anathema to the Constitution. You asked, is it like an out there theory? No, because now most of the Supreme Court stands by it. And so they're the final arbiter on what the Constitution means. So the answer is no. The unitary executive theory is here to stay. It's embodied in certain opinions, such as Trump versus United States. This is the criminal immunity decision, among others. And recently, there have been more direct assaults on prior precedents that seemingly are not in line with the unitary executive theory. Chief among them, this case called Humphrey's Executor from back in the day, actually from when FDR was the president. So the overview is unitary executive theory is that the entirety of the executive power is vested in one person, that is the president, and that the other branches really should not be touching that. And that is not anymore a cringe theory because it has been uptaken. Oh, I think it still is cringe, but it's not a crackpot theory because it is now, I would say, the consensus view among the Supreme Court, which probably makes it the consensus view among practitioners, and because they're going to have to follow the dictates of that court.
Do you think it's okay? Forget now the degree to which, like the Supreme Court validates it, but just evaluating the theory on the merits, on its face, is it fascistic? Is someone who can you be a strong supporter of the unitary executive, and not be a fascist?
Yes, of course. Scalia is not a fascist, in my opinion. This is Antonin Scalia. He was one of the major proponents of unitary executive theory, and I would say that his support of it has more to do with some kind of legal formalism, where he really likes these separated categories and these hermetically sealed categories. And so he was a lone dissent in a case called Morrison v. Olson, which approved the constitutionality of the independent counsel statute. This is the same statute that was used for this investigator against Bill Clinton during his time in office. And I would say because ultimately unitary executive theorists premise their beliefs, at least the ones in good faith, that the president is ultimately answerable to the people, right? The whole notion of the unitary executive theory, one of the policy reasons in support of it is because they think the Constitution requires it, and the Constitution is the ultimate bedrock of our democracy. So whatever the Constitution says, if you believe in the Republic and in the will of the people who ratify the Constitution, you have to accept the unitary executive theory. So that's one way in which they would say it's consistent with democracy. The second way they would say is it's these unelected bureaucrats. That's the problem with democracy. When you're letting Congress set up these multi-member commissions where there's protection and insulation from removal by the president, if you're letting Congress set up these independent agencies where the heads can't be fired by the president, where is the democratic input into what those agencies are doing? Surely the president is the one way in which the executive branch is going to be tailored to the will of the people. And isn't there a fascism inherent in having no connection between the elected member of the executive branch and all of his subordinates? I don't agree with those notions, but those are actual ideas that are that can be aligned with unitary executive theory. And so, no, just because you're a unitary executive theorist doesn't mean you're a fascist. In fact, I would say that many good faith unitary executive theorists premise their entire policy argument on more appealing to democracy and institutions and constitutional framework.
Interesting. So the real fascists are the people that oppose unitary executive theory.
I didn't go that far. I'm gonna
make a video called "The Real Fascists Are Those Who Oppose Trump," and then I'll clip this and cite you defending this.
Well, this is the reason why people accuse them of being fascists, is because I don't think that many of the Yarvinites or many of the people who are citing unitary executive theory are doing so because of the policy arguments grounded, by Scalia or these other people, or because they think the Constitution requires it. The reason I don't think that is because they're willing to jettison the Constitution in other places. And so I think that a lot of the people, the Project 2025 folks, don't have this commitment to the Constitution to be read the right way, don't have this commitment to perfect alignment democratically, but they're using unitary executive theory, I think, in bad faith to align with their ultimate political interest, which is essentially more unitary government overall under one guy. And so just because it's possible for unitary executive theorists to maintain that belief as well as non-fascism, it's also possible, I think, more common among at least the Project 2025 types, or the people currently in government, to view the unitary executive theory as a means to an end. If there were some other theory that would align with their political interest, or if they were saying, for example, let's say Obama was president, I don't think that these people would be arguing that Obama is a unitary executive theory that can do whatever he wants. So I think that it's not a principled position for a lot of these people.
Yeah, the unitary executive theory is within the American legal framework as such. Yeah. And which doesn't apply to people who want to move beyond it. We'll get to fascism in a minute here, but the argument now that is constantly made of, like, FDR governed like a monarch, basically, if Trump was doing what FDR or Teddy Roosevelt did or said, it would be, well, we don't have everyone. Trump's a fascist already, according to everyone. So there's no other words that can be used, but it would be indisputable by anyone that he's a fascist. I mean, Teddy Roosevelt, said things like, "I don't give a fuck about the claims that I have usurped my power. Not only was I right to do it, I've established a good precedent moving forward." And FDR in his fireside chats, there was one quote of something to the effect of, like, we're not going to allow. He was threatening to pack the court, right? Because they kept striking down all of his New Deal programs. And he said something to the effect of, "We will not allow, fearful men who are afraid of the future prevent us from saving our democracy now," or something to that effect, which is very along the lines of Donald Trump saying, what did he say? "No man who saves his country can violate a law," so on and so forth.
I think quoted from Napoleon. Yeah, I think it's interesting you bring up the Roosevelts. Do you want to do Teddy or
let's do
Franklin?
FDR to start. To what degree is it a fair assessment to say that FDR governed with sweeping executive monarchical's too charged of a word, but, like, centralized, power.
I don't think it's fair to say that he governed like a monarch. And the reason for that is, A, a lot of the policies that he was implementing required Congress, and where he had insane majorities in the Congress to pass his agenda. So there's already the imprimatur of congressional action, right? Like what is he passing? He's passing the Social Security Act. He's passing, the National Labor Relations Board. He's passing, sweeping policies through Congress to implement greater reform on everything from, banking to social insurance. So these are all things done with Congress, passed through Congress, with large majorities. And so that already stands him apart from how Trump is acting. Yes, did FDR have executive policies? He did. But think like some of these key precedents that came down that dispute the unitary executive theory. The one that I'm referencing right now is Humphrey's executor. That's a case in which an FTC commissioner was trying to go against FDR. This was Humphrey. Humphrey died. That's why it's Humphrey's executor, and he was suing. But this was a case in which the Supreme Court recognized that Congress is able to put agencies of certain multi-member commissions, independent agencies that are free from or have at least some amount of protection from removal by the president. So a lot of the limitations on executive power, and even frankly on legislative power, come during the Roosevelt administration. He does listen to them. Now, it is the case that there was a switch in time that saved the nine. This is the line that's often repeated about how the court packing happened and there was potentially like a threat, unspoken threat, that he was going to pack the courts, and then the courts changed their view on a couple of the policies.
It was very clearly spoken to the American people on his fireside chats.
I mean,
and he straight up lied too. He was like, for every judge that's over the age of 70, we're going to add a new judge. And he said, well, the reason for this is because 70 is the classic retirement age agreed upon by all these things. It was like, no, it was because that's exactly how many judges he needed to pack it so that they could stop striking down all of this.
All I'm trying to say is that it's not, I wouldn't call it an exact quid pro quo. But yeah, there certainly is a threat from the Roosevelt administration towards the courts, because the courts were striking down a lot of these New Deal era policies. But there have been a lot of chief executives that had problems with the courts. Obama had his issues with the courts. Biden had his issues with the courts. And
Trump.
Trump himself as well. But although Trump is in the realm of actually defying orders, and I think doing bad faith litigation in a way that's remarkable. So I always, I'm a fucking lib, and so I'm going to do this Trump exceptionalism argument or whatever. So and even in the first set of courts under John Marshall, there was a lot of consternation in the courts as well. So I don't think that mere threats of court packing, that kind of stuff, or messing with the courts in other ways, limiting their jurisdiction, which Trump is doing through his legal arguments in some cases, saying like, you don't have the right to hear this. I don't think that's enough to call you fascistic by itself. And that's not the best case of FDR being a tyrant, especially because he didn't do it.
My understanding is FDR never outright rejected or went around the rulings of the Supreme Court, but he absolutely rejected and ignored injunctions from the appellate courts and the lower courts, which I believe Trump, that describes Trump, right? Has Trump explicitly...
I would say he violated the Kilmar... I would say he violated... Yeah. So when the Supreme Court said to facilitate the return of Kilmar-Berger Garcia, they sat on their ass and didn't do so and delayed for months and months. And I don't take that, the whole time in which they're not facilitating his return, I see them to be in violation of what the Supreme Court said. And so, yeah, at some point they brought him back, but that court order didn't say wait for 3 months or 2 months and then charge him with a crime and bring him back. It said facilitate his return, and for months, Trump was basically saying I didn't have to do that, and we actually won at the Supreme Court. And during that entire interim, I think that he was in violation of. Now, it's not a direct order from the Supreme Court; it's the Supreme Court affirming an order from the lower court. But that procedural posture hardly matters, in my opinion. But I'm not sure which court order you're referencing with respect to FDR. Maybe there's some injunction that I'm not aware of. But in general, FDR, why was he not? Why was he limiting himself in terms of his conduct towards the Allies in World War II? I mean, he was listening to the Neutrality Act as best, he got around it in many cases, and they adjusted the laws at some point. But in general, I think that it's a little bit much to say that he was acting like a dictator. He had a Congress that was in support of him, a new coalition, and a great deal of power, no doubt. And it was happening at a time in which there was unprecedented economic turmoil in the country, and a more unified sense of purpose in the country as well. So yeah, I think that the country was in a different mood. It was a transition period, and there was overwhelming support for what Roosevelt was doing from the people, and they rewarded him with 4 presidential victories.
Sure. I guess the argument is that in terms of solving the problem, or solving a problem, it's best to have an executive with strong centralized power. And then the arguments around it are, well, but he had a mandate. There was all these, significant crises that justified it. Yeah, I think that makes sense. But I suppose, how do I phrase this? Because if the idea is like, well, it's okay to govern, like a dictator and like a monarch and like a CEO, these are all just, words don't mean anything nowadays, if you may have noticed. But if the argument is like, well, if the crisis is sufficient enough, it's okay to basically ignore courts and, and threaten the Supreme Court. Like, the ends justify the means, essentially, which is sort of the opposite of the underlying principle of democracy of like, no, it is the means. The means are the thing that are sacred, right? It is the checks and balances that must be protected in and of themselves. Otherwise, you have a dictator.
When I say there was a different feeling and sentiment in the country, I just mean in the sense of the reason why we're passing on this sweeping stuff that is creating more bureaucracy, it's creating more direct presidential action, is because of the nature of what was in front of the country. Not to say that it therefore is impossible for it to be dictatorial or whatever, or monarchical. Just that the nature of the struggles that Americans were facing, the Great Depression, eventually the war, these were struggles that were against Americans as Americans, and it was a collective struggle. And in that sense, the solutions were unitary and nationwide.
Is it true that, or what is your assessment of the claim that the New Deal, many of the New Deal programs, absolutely violated the enumerated powers clause? Because it seems like there's no. I mean, the enumerated powers clause very clearly says anything that's not explicitly delegated to the federal government is to be reserved to the states, right? That's the enumerated powers clause, right?
You're talking about the 10th Amendment.
What is that colloquially known as?
Yeah,
reserved powers clause.
Well, there's a principle known as of the enumeration of powers, and basically the federal government is government of limited powers. And the 10th Amendment states that all powers not hereby delegated to the federal government are reserved for the states or the people, respectively. And so that is an amendment that many people think is redundant, and I think it is too. That is like the mere fact that we're listing out all of these powers by Congress implies that they don't have a general police power, unlike the states, right, where there's general congressional legislative authority in the states. The fact that we have to list out all of the different powers that Congress has is by implication, suggesting that anything that's not delegated is not contained. Like, why would we go through all the work of listing out when and how Congress can legislate if they could legislate on all matters within their domain? We don't, for example, do that with the executive power. The executive power doesn't list out. There are some specifics, but it's much more general, much broader in the sense that we're not going through, this is everything the president can do. But with Congress, it kind of is. And so it implies, in my opinion, that the federal government, and especially Congress, is a government of limited powers. And the 10th Amendment applies that to... No, I'm just noticing the difference there, that the notion of implied powers and the notion of a government of general authority, that's not present in the federal government, and especially with respect to Congress, that there are limits for sure in terms of, now they also have the broadest set of things that they can do with respect to the other branches, and they in part define the scope of what the other branches can do. You know, Congress defines the scope of what the executive branch even does, and so they have a lot of control there. And in terms of the courts, you know, they can make exceptions to the court's appellate jurisdiction, and they can even create or destroy lower federal courts as they wish. And so the Congress here is the legislative branch of the government, which in contrast to the state legislative branches is much more tailored, and it's not just a government of general jurisdiction, like, for example, the House of Commons in the UK or any state, you know, legislative branch. But I agree with that principle. You're basically suggesting that during the FDR administration, those limits have been overstepped, and I'm asking you to give an example.
That's a good question. I should know that. I mean, surely there are many people who would say that there are respected scholars, right, that would say that he violated his constitutional, or violated the Constitution with the creation of the
Well, that Congress did as well, because remember, these are potentially acts of Congress that would be themselves unconstitutional because they don't have a source of legislative authority in Article 1.
Right.
So folks, to step back a little bit, what PFJUNG is talking, or Paul is talking about here, is that Article 1 in Section 8 and in other sections lists out all the things Congress can do. Congress can provide for the general defense and welfare, right? Congress can raise armies for 2 years at a time. Congress can do this, and that. And what he's proposing is, well, it seems that some scholars are suggesting that during the New Deal, the government became a lot more of a general government doing whatever they wanted, as opposed to really limiting themselves to the express purposes or the express powers of Congress. And I say, well, what's an example of that? But any example that you're going to provide, it should be acknowledged that this is not the president acting by himself. He's, you know, enacting or he's enforcing some act of Congress that he had help in bringing about this new regime by the legislative branch. And so that's one way I would distinguish what Trump is doing, where he's not doing that. But yeah, the case that a lot of scholars will cite to with some consternation is a Wickard v. Filburn case. And that's like a case in which the government is like fining some guy because he grew a bunch of wheat for himself to eat. And people are like, that's ridiculous. How can the government regulate how much you're growing some wheat in your own home for your own consumption or whatever? You're not selling this wheat in interstate commerce, because there's an interstate commerce clause of Article 1, which gives Congress the power to regulate interstate commerce. And so what people say, what these legal scholars say, is it's absolutely insane that Congress or the president would have the authority to punish someone for growing wheat just for themselves in their own farm for their own consumption. So that's maybe where does that come from? The case is called Wickard v. Filburn, and I would just respond that, listen, interstate commerce, that means a lot of things, and it grows the more we're interconnected as a society. Obviously, the amount of regulation is going to grow. And you imagine if in a time of a time of crisis, it could be the case that any one farmer's personal growth of wheat isn't going to affect the prices across the land. But if every single farmer, or if every single person behaved like Farmer Filburn or whatever, or Wickard, I forget which the farmer was, it would have a substantial effect on the price of interstate commerce. And so, you know, is it too much? Is it too far? I'm not sure. But it doesn't really seem like a dictatorial power. That seems like an issue of whether or not Congress is being faithful to the Constitution in conjunction with the president, and whether the courts are doing the right job in approving it. But it is going through that system of ours, and it's not just the president deciding to do it. I just monologued at you, but does that make sense? So
No. This is all. That's. I'm here to learn. let's see. What is a couple ways we could do it?
Even if you, all I want to say is on that, even if you agree Wickard v. Filburn went too far, it's not a dictator versus Democrat issue.
Right.
Because Congress went too far, right? And the courts approved it, right? The court said this is okay. And that, I think, is the fundamental difference here. You can take a different view of the Commerce Clause, but it doesn't, I think, affect how one calculates the dictator question.
Okay, let's talk about fascism
Yeah.
and the accusations of fascism. Because I'm doing a video called Nobody Loves Fascism More Than I Do. In classic me titling my videos. Fashion. What does fascist mean, Pisco? Define fascist.
So I see fascism as an ideology, a political ideology, first and foremost. So it's a set of political ideas that, and there's an archetype here, where the archetype is Mussolini's fascist state. And just like any category, it's levels of proximity, degrees of proximity close to that archetype being Mussolini's fascist state. And those, it's a cluster concept, and those clusters include ultranationalism, high degrees of ultranationalism, high degrees of reactionary right-wing political ideology, authoritarianism. So this is the notion that there are no checks on the leader's power, mythology, and mythologizing. So basically, either a racial historical myth-making. In the case of the Nazis, it's this Aryan racial hierarchy. In the case of Mussolini, maybe Rome, right? This glorious past to go back to, where conspiracy is at the center of that political ideology as well. And ultimately, the exercise of military power domestically and abroad. So it's a political ideology containing those clusters with those various archetypes that I described. And that, I think, is the best way to put it.
What percent of people or instances of people getting called fascist nowadays have that definition in mind, you think?
I'm not sure.
If you had to hazard a guess based on your...
I truly don't know. I don't have a good sense of that kind of polling.
Okay, tell me. Okay, tell me, is the overwhelming majority of people getting, like, was Charlie Kirk a fascist?
I believe he was.
You do believe Charlie Kirk was a fascist?
I do.
Can you be a fascist and a good person?
That's a complicated question. I think the answer is
We live in complicated
yes.
times, Pisco.
So, like, Oskar Schindler was a Nazi. And I take whether you're a good person to be some sort of composite of all the things you have done in the past. And so I think it's possible for there to be good fascists, but it's hard.
Do you have roughly the same opinion on fascism as you do communism?
What do you mean by that?
Do you regard both as bad?
Yes.
Interesting. All right, so Charlie Kirk's a fascist. Interesting. I guess this is part of my issue. Part of my issue is the term gets thrown around so much, and it describes, I don't know, 40% of the country, let's say, because that's probably the number of people that agree with Charlie Kirk, to a significant enough extent that he would be called a fascist. What particularly would you? What has Charlie Kirk said that would make him be a fascist, you think?
I think the key indicators to me are, one, his support for authoritarian government. He tried to overturn a free and fair election. He supported the actions of Trump, who I think operates as a fascist, So therefore, he's providing ideological support of and devotion to a leader who I take to be fascist, given his policies and given what he wants to see. I think that he embodies a lot of the archetypes that I've described, including ultra-conservatism, ultra-nationalism, believing in some of this, conspiratorial myth-making that I talked about. And yeah, so I think that he aligns closely, not perfectly, no one's going to be perfect, with the kind of archetype that I've described. And, can I push you a little bit? So my question for you is, do you agree that fascism is bad and communism is bad?
Well, not if it...
Is communism bad, yes or no?
Well, hold on. If we're defining... If Charlie Kirk is a fascist, then fascism is clearly not as bad as I would have thought.
Well, I guess I'll just ask the question clean. I'll ask the question clean. Is communism bad?
Yes, by and large, I would say.
Is fascism bad?
Yes, by and large.
Okay, but you're saying...
But I strongly agree with... Well, but hold on, depend, because, again... So, is Bernie Sanders a communist?
I don't think so.
Okay, but if someone said... I wonder if Ben Shapiro would say if Bernie Sanders is a communist. Probably. He's probably said something like that, right? We don't know. But
I'm not sure.
Sure. If I was talking to a conservative commentator and he said Bernie Sanders is an example of a communist... What about, hold on, Zohran Mamdani, is he a communist?
Not what I take to be communist, no.
Okay, I know for a fact there's people who call Zohran a communist.
There are people but I want to separate if there are people who call him that and whether I think they are. And so when you ask me, is communism bad? I have a notion of communism in my head, and I'm applying that. It's not necessarily...
Yeah, so this is what I would precisely point to as the issue, is people get called fascist or communists across the board by different people, and all these words mean different things. And so...
Did how I describe fascism ring true to you or not?
Did it ring true to me?
Or do you agree?
We can pick it apart. So,
is that what you understand a fascist to be, or something approaching that?
Is Adolf Hitler would be a fascist, obviously.
Yeah.
The Nazis would be fascist ideology.
Yes. Is there a reason you didn't want to answer my question?
Kirk?
So I asked you a question about my definition I provided, which was, do you think that my definition aligns with what you take a fascist to be?
Hold on.
We can go through examples if you want, but I'm just curious. Is there a reason?
We're in lawyer mode here. Pisco, we're just talking.
I know, but I'm curious if there's a reason you didn't answer it.
What was the question? Is your description of fascism ring true?
Yeah. Do you think that tracks your meaning of it?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Because if we're going to use the same word to describe the political ideology of Hitler as Charlie Kirk, it makes the word so vague or it broadens the definition of the word so far beyond, at least how I think many people see it. That it makes it difficult to
I'm not sure if I track that, because would you agree that Kirk was an anti-communist?
Yes.
And surely you agree that Hitler was an anti-communist?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, does that broaden the term so much that we can't have an understanding of the term anti-communist just because two people who are very different?
Anti-communists, to define yourself in opposition of something is much different than defining yourself as a single thing.
I'm just saying the mere fact that Charlie Kirk and Hitler are very different, and I agree, they're very different, doesn't mean that they're not both fascists, just any more than it means that they're not both anti-communist.
Yeah, but the reason that people throw the words fascist around is because fascist means, if I were to say someone like Mehdi Hassan, like the Jubilee thing, you saw that, right? The Mehdi Hassan Jubilee, right? The whole point was Mehdi Hassan said, well, actually, the guy self-identified as a fascist, but Mehdi Hassan was saying, you could say I'm a fascist. The implication there, and I think it's one that most people share, is that fascist by definition equals bad. Bad, immoral thing we should fight against. And if I would say Nazi for sure is that description. I'm assuming you wouldn't call Charlie Kirk a Nazi.
No, I wouldn't. But you're talking about why people would use a term, right? Why someone might use a term. Does that bear on what you think the term means?
That's the only words ultimately mean what people think they mean. That's the only thing.
I understand. I agree
mean.
that use is meaning, but like, is the reason why one would use a word, is that in your mind defining the scope of what that word means to you? Because I hear this a lot.
Yes,
like
100%.
Okay, so
because words mean what they mean. So if someone calls someone else a Nazi, there's an intent. There's like, fuck this guy. This guy's a bad person. We need to fight against them. The word fascism is basically used interchangeably with Nazi in the popular discourse. Would you agree with that?
I don't think that it's used interchangeably, but I think it's often
Really?
used in conjunction, but I don't think that they're used interchangeably.
I think the average person, if someone is like, this person's a Nazi, the signal that they are receiving is essentially the same as if someone says this person's a Nazi.
And the same with the term racist?
Yeah.
But you would never
Generally.
say, well, racist is the same as fascist and Nazi, because they all are conjoined together in this list of explicatives. Like, I don't take, just because the word is being used maybe to flatten conversation or being used as a pejorative, like, I think the word still has a meaning.
Sure.
And that
you
word,
could say dummy. Yeah, you could say asshole. Like,
right. So
was Hitler an asshole? Like, yes.
So
true.
I want to be
yes,
very specific on this like little point that I'm making. So this little point I'm making is why someone might invoke a word doesn't necessarily dictate its use as in the sense of like how it's understood. So I might be calling you a fascist for negative reasons or because I'm bad faith or whatever, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the term fascist is like ought to be defined some other way or ought to be narrowed beyond its like technical meaning or whatever it is that you want to talk about. I think that in order to show that Kirk is or is not a fascist, it should start and end first with a semantic analysis of what you take fascist to mean and seeing if it applies to Charlie Kirk. But it seems like what we're doing here is having some theory of words that is like, well, the word fascism shouldn't include Charlie Kirk, because if it did include Charlie Kirk, it would be too broad. And I just like, you could have that kind of prescriptive view about what words should mean. I just don't share that intuition.
That's fair. That's why we're discussing this.
Mm-hmm.
My concern, I was thinking about what the thesis for the video would be of like, why do I even care about this, talking about like fascism and all that? It's such a internet fraught thing. And the reason is because we're at a point now where terms like fascism are thrown around so loosely and so often by people. I mean, the majority of people who are participating in the political discourse probably don't even know who Giovanni Gentile is. They probably barely know who Mussolini is. I mean, they know who Mussolini is, but they don't, know any of the history of fascism or whatever. And so like the problem is I agree. And in some sense, I'm more interested in the, let's talk about fascism as like the Italian concept, for example, how it differed from the Nazi concept, because it's actually kind of insane based on some of the research I've done, the degree to which the Italian fascism just straight up was at 100% odds with the Nazi biological racism, they called it. And there were many Italian fascist Jews.
Although over time, Mussolini borrowed from Hitler, and
of course, he got a little broed by Hitler.
Yeah. And then he started to implement Nuremberg-style laws, and kicking out Jews. I think he sent a bunch of Jews to camps as well. So I agree with you that at its base, go for it.
Do you know who TK History is?
No, I don't know who that is.
He's a YouTube channel. He's like a neoliberal cuck, you could say. But he does like historical analysis of fascism and Hitler and all that. And I watched one of his videos, and he claimed that the number of Jews that were killed in Italy or even handed over were basically zero, and that the Italians actually brought a lot of Jews over, even when they were allied with Hitler. That's fact check. We can fact check.
Yeah, we can fact check.
But my point is, what's indisputable is like the Giovanni Gentile strain of fascism explicitly rejects racism. Like Benito Mussolini. Have you seen the J-Reg video, post-racial fascism?
Tell me about it.
There's a quote from Benito Mussolini that, if you didn't know it was from Mussolini, you'd think was from Martin Luther King. I say semi-ironically, where it's like he says race is a complete fiction. Race has nothing to do with the body of the nation, which is obviously at direct odds with the Nazi biological racism. And it, of course, it historically doesn't change the fact that fucking Mussolini just joined the Nazis. And but like this is my issue of like, okay, well, hold on. If we're going to discuss the ideology of fascism, well, are we going to use the Giovanni Gentile sort of ideological strain of thought, or are we going to use the Nazi one, or are we going to call Charlie Kirk this and all that? It's like there is no consensus on it, and that's a problem. And B, I guess I'm interested because it's so like you asked about communism. It's like yeah, communism, as I understand it, and if we're going to use it in the broadest sense, bad form of government, absurd. However, I agree with a lot of what many people who call themselves communists, or at least don't care about the label of communist, say. Like wealth inequality is a major problem. It's sort of the basis of communism. And like, okay, talking about the third position is the Giovanni Gentile fascists or whatever. It's like, I agree a lot with people who say like, yeah, we should have a strong national identity. That I do think more that, the idea of like a nation of individuals and having our conceptions of liberty and freedom be that of negative freedom rather than positive freedom, I don't think that's necessarily a good model. I do think it's good to have to instead of saying, well, like America is a country of individuals where everyone can pursue their own ends and freedoms. It's like, no, America is one nation with a common destiny. And that is more in the mythological underlying narrative of people who, fascistic in the same way that like, I really think wealth inequality is a real problem that we need to take like strong action to address. Well, that's what communists would say. So it's like, I agree with, depending on how you define fascists and communists, a lot of these people. But the problem is like, well, Hitler's and the Nazis are called fat. And it's like that.
We can just clarify our terms, right? Like, so I hear a lot of what you're saying, and I agree with a lot of it. So to the extent that like there are things from various different ideologies that you can agree with, like there are some aspects maybe of the way that communists look at history that you might find it's informative. There are some aspects of public work projects that you might find even like Nazis had a good idea on public work projects, or that communists had great ideas when it came to this or that. So I agree that just incorporating some like good ideas from otherwise bad ideologies doesn't make you the thing itself. And I agree that like there are different strains of thought about what these terms mean, different proffered definitions, but you and I, we can just clarify what we mean by the term. And it seems like there's a desire on your part to get to like the normative, like what fascism should mean. But first, I think we should like talk about what fascism you take to mean, whether or not it should be used one way or the other. Like, what do you understand fascism to be, and does Charlie Kirk fit the bill? What you'll often hear, I think, from certain people who fight on the is Trump a fascist, is they'll say, well, has Trump instituted the Holocaust? Well, has Trump totally ended democracy yet? Or has Trump made any effort to throw people into camps, at least, or denaturalize people? It's funny because now he is trying to do denaturalization, which was something that the Nazis did. But like, they'll try to have this threshold of action that until Trump does a World War II style event, until Trump actually puts Jews in ovens, he's not a fascist. And that is just collapsing on itself. I'm assuming that you don't take one of those preposterous views. And so we can just work with whatever your notion of fascism is. And if the conclusion on your notion of what fascism is that Charlie Kirk is a fascist, then like, I'm sorry, that's just your meaning of the term fascist would include Charlie Kirk. But like, let's work with it. Let's see. So what do you
hold on. Well, because the reason I've come here is because my primary concern is with how most people use the term, right? We're in a meme war. We're in an ideological civil war, and it is made up of memes being spread around and people arguing over terms. And so the reason I am interested in this topic at all is precisely because I'm trying to gauge and understand and predict like how the language and the discourse is going to evolve, and what the implications that will have for certain ideologies gaining influence over others. Like, for example, like the far right, new right, Nick Fuentes type, Curtis Yarvin, even though there's differences there and all that. Like I guess my working theory is that because fascism is being used in a very loose way,
Wait,
like
hang on
broadly
a second.
speaking, not by specific individuals,
No,
but on the whole.
I just want to say, like, there's one conversation of is it being used in a loose way? That's a claim, right? And until, like, in order to make that claim,
I'm just taking that for granted. I don't even want to argue with that about you because I'm observing the discourse
for the audience. But understand, in order to make the claim that fascism, the word, is being used in a loose way, you would have to have a self-standing notion of fascism by which to compare and say, well, this is not in a line with the.
I disagree.
How could you? How could you
object,
say that?
I object.
Yeah.
I could just come up with I could just make up a word right now. Blork.
Blork.
And if Blork was used to describe such a broad array of things that had not enough commonality, then I wouldn't need to have a definition for the word Blork. I could just say the word Blork it doesn't signify anything of importance.
So when you're saying, okay, so what about the term human? The term human can be applied to every human. Is that a term that is being used too loosely?
No, because dogs are not human. Humans
okay.
very clearly define.
Okay,
defined by things that
dogs are not fascists. Insects are not fascist. Rocks are not fascist. So it's not being used too loosely.
Fascist?
Yeah, dogs aren't fascist. So do you understand what I'm saying? Like, in order to say something
German shepherds are a little
so loosely is a referential word. Loosely is with respect to something, right? It's loose with respect to its proper meaning. It's loose with respect to. I
mean, used in a way that is not productive or not useful.
That's what I mean. I think that's the conversation that you're interested in. You're not actually interested in the conversation of, is Charlie Kirk a fascist? You're interested in the conversation of, should we call Charlie Kirk a fascist, regardless of whether he is?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hold on. No, not regardless of whether. Hold on. I utterly, and you're a lawyer, so this is the opposite of. We have completely different lenses here that we're looking at. Of like, I don't regard. Like I regard it as a.
Sorry, can you just give me 1 second?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think we have we switched our coffee orders. 1 second. Yeah, it tastes like oat milk. Okay, my bad. Just 1 second.
All good.
We'll have to cut here. Sorry. I had just said, and I'm going to listen to what you just said. I just said the conversation you're interested in having. Sorry, that was gross. The conversation that you're interested in having, I don't think is Charlie Kirk a fascist. It's regardless of whether or not, if Charlie Kirk is a fascist, should we call him that and should we use the term fascist, which is like a normative conversation as opposed to like a descriptive one, which is given a set meaning, is he this? So that's what I'm seeing as your interest has to do with like, what are the effects of calling these people fascists, regardless of whether the term, as properly understood, applies to them?
No, because saying regardless of whether or not the term... I'm questioning the idea that the term can even... I'm questioning the idea that the term even has... Because if we say, is it fascist to subjugate people on the basis of race?
Not by itself, right?
Yeah, but people would point that to, like you said, it's a cluster phenomenon, right? So, it's like a DSM thing, or if you check 5 out of 7 or whatever, which, I mean, I would argue that's all concepts. That's like a Wittgenstein.
I totally would agree with that it's all concepts. But like, I want to narrow the thing right there. Like, it seems that you are uninterested in discussing whether or not he is or is not a fascist.
Okay, all right, hold on. What is your motivation in this? What are you interested in discussing?
Well, I just was here to answer your questions about executive theory, and I thought they were very interesting questions and very interesting things you brought up.
Right.
So I'm just doing that.
I know this feels very lawyerly because normally my motivations are I suppose. Hold on. I guess I'll be clear.
Yeah.
Yeah. When it's like is Charlie Kirk a fascist? It's like whether or not Charlie Kirk is a fascist depends on whether or not like Hitler is a fascist, and generally it's like I don't like. There is a practical thing of like I'm not going to use the same word to describe Hitler as Charlie Kirk. Now you would point out, like, well, what about like race? Well, we could just say like racist or mean, even like mean.
Yeah.
Like, was Charlie Kirk mean? It's like, yeah. Was Hitler mean? It's like, yeah, but at a certain point, using
depends what we
using a
mean,
same
right?
word like that. Yeah. Okay. Of
Yeah,
course.
because think about
This
this,
is my
right?
point.
If you mean interpersonally mean, by all accounts, Charlie Kirk was nice as hell. That's what
Well, no, but
TYT
no, okay, but he
says.
was mean
that-
to fine, but he was mean to.
That's what I
the people he
mean.
was
So
talking
that's what I mean. Like, if it matters what you mean, like,
yeah.
Adolf Hitler, he was someone who, on occasion, was very soft-spoken and apparently really loved his dog. Right? Was obsessed with his dog. So it depends
Yeah,
what you
okay.
mean by nice or mean in that sense. Like, it really, really does matter. Now, you could take the view is, I don't want to say anything of Hitler that's true of Charlie Kirk. And some people take the view that Charlie Kirk, for example, is
I don't wanna
racist.
say of Hitler anything that's true of Charles. Okay.
Some people say that Charlie Kirk is racist, right? I'm not saying that I said he's probably racist, but I put that aside.
I think everyone's probably racist.
I don't think, and maybe that's true. I don't think that he's racist in the way that Hitler's racist. But there, or you could say something like this: like, you could make, I think, a strong argument that there are some black nationalists who are racist as fuck, or that Malcolm X said things that were super, super racist. But do I think that they're racist in the same way as Hitler, or racist in the same way as your average Southern Democrat in, the KKK era? Probably not. So there can be a great deal
Right.
of additional conversation to clarify what we mean by terms. And maybe you're frustrated that that's not happening when people just throw around the label fascist.
Well, yeah, that's part of it. But like we were pointing about racist, it's like that's precisely why I think the term racist has lost all its calling someone a racist means absolutely nothing nowadays.
You can just ask
Because
people
the
what
term
they
has been
mean by the
used.
term, right? So like, if you're in a conversation with someone and you say like, "Hey, when you call Charlie Kirk a racist, what do you actually mean by
Wait, hold
that?"
on. Let me. You know who Alex O'Connor is?
Yeah.
I have to look into it more, but he puts forward a theory of knowledge called emotivism. Or maybe it's a
That's his, I
Moral
think,
philosophy.
I think that's his moral outlook.
moral philosophy, right?
Yeah.
Where like, boo, what is this thing? It's like, if you don't like Hitler, you say like, boo Hitler. It's like, is boo Hitler a true statement? It's like, no, it's an expression of a sentiment. And I it's true that you might feel that way, but like you can't logically parse boo Hitler because it's just like it's an expression of emotion.
You're saying that he's taking the view that moral propositions are not truth apt.
Correct. And so I subscribe to the degree that I understand that aligns with my sort of pragmatist view of language and morality. And so that's why I have an issue with it's just like when people say someone's a fascist, they don't. The people who are calling Charlie Kirk a fascist, besides not you, the majority of the people, the majority of the discourse that is going on amongst the normies or the moderately politically engaged people, they are not calling people fascist because they meet a set of criteria. They literally mean fascist equals enemy, fascist equals bad person. It's like it's more of an emotivist expression. I believe, and I'm saying and I'm taking this is an assumption. I don't want to argue about this. I suppose
Sure.
we could if you disagree, but like I'm just taking that based on my observation of that is how the word is being used. And so I agree that we do need to have a discussion about like, okay, the definitions of fascism and the Giovanni Gentile versus the Nazi biological fascism and all that stuff, or biological racism and all that. And it's just like, that's what I'm generally interested in. And I'm in lawyer mode now defending myself, even though I don't even know what I'm arguing. I'm telling you.
Yeah, let's take a step back.
So we can talk about Charlie Kirk. We can
yeah.
talk about Charlie Kirk.
Well, let's take a step back. So I kind of view the
Yeah.
conversation in different ways, right? Like I'm personally interested.
I noticed that.
At
It's
this,
just like Richard Dawkins and Jordan Peterson talking.
sure,
about each other.
yeah. I kind of see there's a conversation about like what is fascism? Is it being misapplied by the left or by Democrats or by this or that?
Sure.
That is a conversation that fundamentally relies on what the meaning of the term fascism is and how people mean it when they use it. That's number one. Like, so the conversation about is the label being misapplied fundamentally relies on there being some cashing out of the meaning of the term. So that's
No, that's what I just said about the emotivism thing. I don't agree with that.
with the meaning of
There's
word.
no meaning.
So words have meaning, right? You understand words to, in order for us to even be intelligible, right? You have to understand the words I'm saying. And whether you're a emotivist or not, I understand emotivism to be related to moral propositions, not necessarily the meaning of a word.
Right. Well,
Right.
but meaning is what we define meaning is like meaning is the degree to which it has salience to one's behavior and emotion. So if I say boo Charlie Kirk, the meaning is that that person doesn't like Charlie Kirk. If someone says Charlie Kirk is a fascist,
Well, then they're
in
being
my
correct,
opinion-
right? So if you take
and I would say Charlie Kirk is a fascist is a similar.
okay,
for many
but
people, that's how
then
they're using it.
If you're understanding Charlie Kirk is a fascist to mean boo Charlie Kirk, or I don't
Yes.
like Charlie Kirk, then
Yes.
to the degree that it's making any statement, it's something to the effect of I disapprove of Charlie Kirk. That probably accurately reflects their views, their subjective
Yes.
views. In which case, they're not saying anything wrong, right? So
But it has. But my point is, it has absolutely nothing. It almost always has absolutely nothing to do with the degree to which Charlie Kirk exemplifies the Giovanni Gentile, like ideological notion.
well, that's
of
a case, but that's this kind of conversation that you're not as much interested in. What I'm saying is like the meaning of the term fascism. That's a conversation we can have, and then we can get into, well, is it aligning with the historical, technical, or emotivist meaning of the term fascism as you understand it? That's the meaning conversation. Separately from that, I kind of view a potential normative conversation, which is something like, well, we don't care what the term is. We just should just stop using it in this context. But then you're going to have to make the case, which I think a lot of people don't like to make, that we shouldn't call people what they are. Like we shouldn't use terms as they're understood, as applied to individuals. And oftentimes people will say something like, well, if you're a woman, I'm going to call you a woman. I don't care if you want to be called a man. And in the context of the trans conversation. And so we're running up against, if you take the view that people should stop calling Charlie, and we have that normative conversation, then you're running up against, I think...
Not necessarily saying they should stop calling him that, because it's a helpful marker for me to identify what they believe.
who? You mean the people who are calling him fascist?
Yeah.
So what are you interested in? Are you interested in the descriptive, like what is fascism? What's the meaning? Is it being misapplied? Or are you in conversation and interested in like the normative question of like, should he be called this? Shouldn't he
both.
be?
Again,
Okay.
when I was sitting out writing, like, what am I going to write for this video? I was like, why am I interested in this? Again, my thing is I see people getting called fascists all the time, but then I compare it to like the Giovanni Gentile. There's a lot, and like I said, there's a lot that people who would be described as fascists, and like the Giovanni Gentile fascists, believe that I would agree with. Exactly the same way that there's a lot of communists and Marxists and stuff that they say that I would believe. And I guess maybe to be more important or more drill it down more, it's not just like I agree, like Hitler loved dogs. It's like, so I agree with Hitler on some things. It's like no. What I talked about earlier about the fundamental idea of like liberalism versus liberalism as a collection of individuals all pursuing their own ends, liberty being the highest value. It's like that's like the fundamental, arguably like the fundamental basis of the United States and kind of liberal ideology. And I'm saying I sympathize more with again, you can call it as soon as I say I sympathize more with the fascist description of this, it's like the Hitler loves dog thing. It's like you can be someone who's not a fascist and agree that actually the conception of America we should have is not one of a bunch of individuals doing their own thing that are hyper-atomized and all that.
I'm not sure you can
But
say that
America
unless you
as
have a
a
notion of what
collective
I'm not sure you can say that unless you have a notion of what fascism is. You just said you can be a fascist if X, Y, Z, or you cannot be a fascist if X, Y, Z. But in order to even say that statement, you'd have to have some notion of fascism that you're using, right? So
yeah, okay, let's go with the Giovanni Gentile.
Okay, so describe
strain of fascism.
Describe that strain to me in a way that you. So this is the strain that you, when you use the term fascism, is that what you're saying? I think you're hesitant because I think that it's possible.
Because I know how people. Because see, it's like saying, it's like if I. Okay, words have multiple meanings. So if I say the word faggot.
Yeah.
That word has different meaning. Now you can say, oh, it's a bundle of sticks and twigs. It's like, well, you should go around and tell people, go like, just start using term.
Just be clear about what you mean, right?
Like, know how it,
so you could say that the word is so distasteful, it's like a slur that I don't want to use.
Yes, correct. Because hold on, when people think of fascists, it's Adolf Hitler, right?
Yeah.
So like, okay, let's say, well, let's use. We're going to define. We're going to go down the. We're going to use the Giovanni Gentile, which again I haven't even looked. You know, part of the research I have to do is dig into this.
Yeah.
And I have a few books, reading with some comparative fascism that I need to read. But I do know for a fact that there are elements that like the post-racial fascism idea is there. It's like I agree with that aspect of fascism, that race is irrelevant to the you know, the destiny of it. Like a nation can be a nation of many races. Like I agree with that. I like that.
You're just telling me things about aspects that you agree with, but ultimately,
right, that's my point. I guess what's the point of even describing it?
You just said basically what I heard you say is the word is like the word the F slur for gay people, and I don't even want to legitimize its usage by squaring down and centralizing a meaning that I am using. That I prefer to keep it ambiguous because I just don't want to legitimize what the word is. And you can take that view, but I think it's a kind of proprietary view. Not even conservatives take this view. Like,
what is a proprietary view mean?
That the word fascism is alike those racial slurs that, in their own nature, are kind of like verbal utterances that should be like in and of themselves condemned. You understand what I'm saying? So there are some words
that should be condemned.
So the utterance themselves, right, like the word usage itself, should be curtailed because of its harmful effects.
I'm not saying it should be curtailed.
That's what I'm saying. Is like
I'm pointing out that that's how people are using the term.
Wait,
now hold on. Okay, hold on, because all right, we're getting drilled down here, and again, this is very good lawyerly stuff. This is not mine. This is not
sure.
Maybe we can move to a broader philosophical discussion of like why even care about this. Yeah. Okay. So let's put the fascism aside for a moment, or we'll go by the individual claims or whatnot. At the basis of it, the idea that America is one nation with a common destiny rather than a collection of individuals. What do you think of that? And I don't have like a hardcore definition. You know, I'm asking you like
with a common destiny. It depends how loosely that destiny can be understood, but in general, I don't have a problem with that, and I'm sure there's some looseness. If the destiny is something approaching freedom and prosperity, then
how about
yes.
Positive freedom versus negative freedom? You're familiar with that distinction?
Yeah.
I see. I lean more strongly to the positive freedom dimension. I think negative freedom.
Okay, we differ on that. Where I think I would more stress negative freedoms. But,
yeah, I think. Okay,
but like, what are we talking about now? Like, it seems like now that there's like this central premise that there's some aversion. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Maybe it's the right thing to be averse to it because, you know, there are individuals potentially who could take words that we use and out of context or in context and use them as a justification for something. But tell me if I'm wrong, that I'm sensing some trepidation about clearly demarcating fascism or adjacent terms and getting a proper understanding of their scope. Because if I were to do that, I think that there are uncomfortable entailments that follow.
Yeah, and you're not. It's not possible to do that.
What do you mean it's not possible? Okay. What do you mean by it's not possible? It's not possible to define a word or understand its meaning?
We're having it. I sense you're in lawyer mode right now.
I'm not in lawyer mode. I'm really trying to have this conversation.
Because we just talked about this.
No, but we can stop the conversation about fascism and move on and be like, I don't want to talk about it.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay.
We're getting to the broader. We're getting to the liberal.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking. The positive freedom versus negative freedom thing. So you're against negative freedom, or you're against positive freedom?
No, I think that there's.
Or you're against the conception of liberty as positive freedom.
My view of like, I don't really have a properly scoped out normative ethical frame or whatever. But in general, my intuition is that I care much more about negative freedoms and freedoms from oppression from the government than I do about the government having some obligation to provide for you. That said, I'm like a liberal in the American sense, and so I'm generally in favor of more positive freedoms in the government. For example, having some kind of Medicare for all or universal healthcare system. But I just value the negative freedoms much, much more. Thank you for the super chats.
Do you think that homeless people who are on the street, strung out on heroin, how should we deal with those people?
Depends. In general, I think that certain individuals who are dangerous to themselves and to their communities.
No, not.
You mean homeless people in general? In general, I think that people have a right to be free from government intrusion, and so merely being homeless, I think, is not a crime in and of itself and can't be under our system.
You don't have to dox yourself, but what city do you live in?
New York City.
Okay, how bad is the homeless problem there?
It's bad.
Okay, I live in Austin. It's very bad. Like, I walk down the street and on the bench, just doing heroin. Like, no even attempt to cover it up. Strung out, just all like that, and that's all over.
Mm-hmm.
People will just go down an alley and just take their pants down and piss and shit and stuff down the right on the alley. Those people are free from government interference.
Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that those people are free in the same way that you and I are free?
Depends. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be a lawyer. Depends what you mean by free.
Well, by your negative freedom definition, or
someone who's
lenient.
someone who's strung out on heroin is, I suppose, free in the sense that they have the same negative freedoms as everyone else, and so in that sense, I think they're on all fours, equally free, in general.
Right, and I'm right, and that my saying is, or my point would be that that kind of freedom is not something. Who cares then if that case? It's like, oh well, you're free to be strung out on heroin on the street. It's like, well, that's not the kind of, like, to say that person is as free as I am to pursue like a meaningful life or a fulfilled life. That's what matters more.
I just think that there's an equivocation. I mean, I can care about what you care about too, and just say, well, yeah, you're here. You're pointing to someone where you're not changing some aspect about themselves that bears on their freedom. You're just changing an aspect that bears on their suffering or happiness, or whether or not they're in a good state or a bad state. And it doesn't.
Well, I guess.
Yeah, go for it.
The implication for like the setup of society would be, okay, if the goal is to optimize for freedom, okay, if we're optimizing for negative freedom, then we allow people their free choice to get heroin, and we can set up government things that help them, methadone clinics or whatever, and have Narcan on ambulances and stuff to maximize people's negative freedom. If we're not optimizing for positive freedom, we say we'll just get rid of all of it. We'll crack down on the heroin very hard, and we'll lock these people in like asylums and get them clean and force them to get clean to get off heroin. Because ultimately, the use of forcing someone to get off of heroin, I would say, leads to well, obviously there's cases where this can not be the case, but like in theory, like taking away someone's right to do heroin arguably can make them better off in the long run, and that would be a conflation between negative and positive freedom.
I think it's just a question about like what trade-off is acceptable in any given freedom. So like I don't know that I believe in the negative freedom with respect to drug use. I think that drug use is something that the government can and should regulate, and so I'm not entirely convinced. Well, it's because I don't view that as a fundamental freedom, the freedom to ingest certain substances.
Protected by the Constitution? Fundamental? What do you mean fundamental freedom?
Fundamental according to my ethical outlook, as well as the Constitution. I don't think the Constitution protects one's fundamental right to ingest mind-altering substances.
Constitution doesn't protect the right to play video games, but I'm sure we would all agree that it would be bad to just make video games outright illegal.
I'm not sure about that. I think that there's certain expressive activities that are covered.
So it's like funny actually. Even as I say that, in China they shut off League of Legends and TikTok like certain hours of the day or certain times a week. I would actually be open to that. Of like actually, I'm open to that. I mean, like I'm sympathetic with that sentiment of like maybe the federal government should do things like shut off social media for certain hours of the day or something like that, because it is such a fucking novel, destructive force. But it interferes with our freedom. It's like, again, I don't care. And I mean, I agree with you that drugs aren't the kind of freedom, but like aren't the kind of freedom that we should be concerned about. But like, that's just a vibe, though. You're just vibing out on which freedoms are more important than others.
Well, again, I'm inclined and sympathetic to the kind of Alex O'Connor view where he's a moral subjectivist. I don't really understand this notion of stance independent, objective morality.
I'm not approaching it from a stance independent morality.
I gotcha. Yeah, no. So I agree. At the end of the day, we're talking about preferences or some kind of standard, and my standard, I think, is not. I'm not going to say it's absolute, but I will say that I think that there are some rights that matter and some right deprivation that matter, and some things that aren't even rights. So I think that, for example, one has a right to certain forms of expression. And we ought to value that. And I can't ground that out into something objective, but it is a value of mine. I think it's one that's embodied also by the Constitution as well. So, yeah, at the end of the day, I guess we're just apes uttering to each other and saying what we like, what we don't like. But
wow,
that's a kind of reductionist view that maybe I'm
not. I don't know. You just went down this route of grounding.
Okay.
This is very anti-lawyer. That sounds like something I would say, but I'm surprised you're the one bringing this up. I'm not. Well, I'm not saying that. I'm asking about the within our totally subjective. I might not be conscious. You might not be conscious. Nobody knows. Blah blah. Yeah. Whatever. We'll just assume we're here as we are. Geschwaffenfight or whatever. Thrownness. We're here in this moment. We're discussing like positive freedom versus negative freedom. And I guess the way it ties back to fascists is like, well, people could say, oh, it's my earlier point about people getting called fascists sort of broadly. You could say I could very easily envision a scenario where the government, state or federal or whatever, implements some pretty restrictionist measure on something that I agree with. Like, for example, like clamping down on we have a zero tolerance drug use policy on the streets. And, we put them in prisons or asylums or whatever. People say that's very fascistic. You're having the government round up people who, should have the freedom to do what they want. And that's fascistic. I could very easily see a scenario, and I'm sure this has already happened, where people are, called fascists for wanting to deal with the homeless problem in that regard. Now, of course, there's the Brian Kilmeade.
The drug problem or the homeless problem?
Well, those two are very much related.
I think they're related, but they're not the same. And to get to the objection there, I think that there's the fascism accusations have to do with the association with authoritarian government. So, for example, you brought up Brian Kilmeade. His comment, where it's just like lethal injection, I think people would understand that to be, well, one is he's talking about homelessness by itself and not specifying some other kind of violent tendency or some crime associated with it. So in the sense that you should be free to be homeless in this country, I think that is a freedom worth preserving. Not necessarily being dangerous and be homeless, but
what about like sleeping on public benches and streets and stuff in parks?
I think that there's, I can't give you the right threshold in which like the certain actions that homeless people tend to do should be protected. I'm not sure that you have an unlimited right to use public property, except for certain sort of traditionally held places of like open access, like certain parks and stuff. But so I'm not necessarily saying that sleeping on a bench is protected, but the mere status of being homeless, I think, is not something that the state should be able to punish.
Saying that.
Right.
Of course.
So when Brian Kilmeade says the reason why that's fascistic is, one, he's criminalizing something that should be protected. That is, you shouldn't be forced by the government to have a home. And two, he's suggesting lethal injections, which I would take to be a cruel and unusual punishment for that kind of act.
Yes. I thought what Brian Kilmeade said was absurd, and when he said it, I was like, "Holy shit, that's a fucking deranged line." And I'm glad that at least we're still at the point where he had to come out and apologize. Yeah, but this is what I mean. This is like to say we should just. Like if homeless people are fucking camping out in the park, they're like preventing the park from being used by people for its purpose. They should just be cleared out.
I think I get why this relates. I mean, you're basically suggesting, I think this is true, that one's notion of fascism, to the extent that it's indexed to authoritarianism, is going to be indexed on your view of rights. Because obviously what is a rights violation for someone is not a rights violation for someone else. And so an authoritarian, which is one of the concepts contained in fascism, is going to be indexed to a fundamental rights deprivation or a fundamental like institutional violation. And that's going to depend on your view on the proper array of rights and negative freedom. So I understand. I think that's what you're saying, how it relates. And in the end, it's grounded on something where reasonable minds can disagree and on that. But I just think that reasonable minds do agree, at least in the American context, on like freedom of speech, freedom from arbitrary search and seizure. And so there typically is like a starting set of negative freedoms or freedoms that people care about that I assume as part of my conversation. But you could, if you wanted to, undermine that foundation by saying, like, well, why should we care about those things?
No, I mean, I would agree with some of those negative freedoms as well. But you know, I think the positive freedom conception is, I sympathize more with, and that leans more in the fascist direction.
But you're not going to like this, but ultimately how it relates will eventually need to ground down and cash out into an actual meaning or definition of the term fascism. And until you do that, we're not really undermining its application or its potential, whether we should agree with it, right? So, in other words, I'm kind of hearing from you that there are two roads to walk down. One in which fascism is good as defined by someone else because it just, it's to the extent that it's undermining freedoms, it's doing so in a way that we shouldn't care about those freedoms, or it's not fascism because it's not undermining freedoms that do matter, and so because they're not freedoms that do matter, they're not freedoms at all, and therefore it's not fascistic because it's not undermining freedom. So I think that that's the road you're going down, but I'm not sure, and it's so hard because there's such an aversion to cashing out fascism, and I'm just, can I ask you a question? Why are you so averse to getting clarity on the meaning?
Because words mean what people think they mean and how they use it.
Agreed.
So you like if we like you and I posited a definition of fascism here.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's irrelevant. No, it has no bearing on the broader discourse.
Would you say that about the term woman?
Would I say that about the term woman? No, because woman is not a complex ideology with like a varying history or whatever. It's like a fundamental category that everyone recognizes.
Well, but it's the same thing, right? Like words are how they're used, and what people have in their minds when they're trying to communicate things, and people can have very different notions of womanhood, in the same way that people can have very different notions of fascism. One of the notions of fascism that you proposed as the way people are probably using it, and by the way, I don't even necessarily disagree that a lot of people are using it this way, is just to say you are a bad person by calling you a fascist. And
I'd say that's
a pretty simple
90% of it.
Okay, but that's a very simple concept, and I actually think women defining sex is a little bit more complicated, or gender, let alone gender, and in fact, I think that gender is one of these concepts, and even for sex, I think it's not as easy as just grounding out into gametes or into chromosomes, because then you can have some really weird edge cases that you need to explain for, and then it's going to get into degrees of proximity. So I think sex and gender are more complicated than people give credit for.
Yes.
No. Even for sex, if I were to ask you the definition of sex, I think you're going to have some trouble.
Everything's complex.
Yes.
Define time. Time is complex. Reality is complex. Consciousness is complex.
That's what I mean.
You're
so
making
like
a statement.
No. All I'm saying is
color, red, or complex. It's like, yeah, also not.
All I'm saying is that every word has this issue, and it doesn't stop you from trying to cash out those words in the context of conversation. But there's a particular kind of like, uncomfort with the term fascism. And I'm just curious, and I'm not even saying there's anything bad. That there's anything bad. I'm just like, I'm wondering what is the hesitation there?
We've been. Hasn't this been the subject of our conversation for 90 minutes?
In a way, but it's like we're talking around it. We're kind of talking around it.
What is my hesitation with like agreeing that Charlie Kirk is a fascist?
No. Of even getting on the table some kind of notion of fascism, and sticking to it and saying, this is what I mean when I say fascist. This is what I mean when I'm saying that they're misapplying it or they're using it in an overly broad fashion.
I don't have a private language.
I'm not
I
saying
don't
you
use
do.
words that mean different. I don't use word. The only reason I use words is because I know other people have definitions, have notions of those words.
I understand that.
So what I mean by fascist is 100% entirely dependent by what people think it means, depending on who I'm talking to. So if I'm talking to a academic who has studied like Giovanni Gentile fascism, okay, not only will we use fascism in a very specific way, we'll use it in a very specific school at a very specific historical place and time. We could do that. I could define that with you right now. We could talk about it. And as I've said now 7 times,
I know.
that's not how people are using the term.
But if people are using the term in that way, right? If people are using the term to mean you're a bad person, you said 80, 90%. Maybe that's true. I don't know. I don't know. Then they're not wrong,
it is.
right? Then they're not. Then you're by your own lights, right? They're
I'm
not incorrect.
not saying they're wrong.
Okay.
But if you ask me, like, Paul, I want you. This is such a. I love these meta conversations. It's just fun. There's no. It's totally unproductive at this point from any like thing. But I'm so.
I love it too.
I do too. It's just fucking like, it's just like playing Age of Empires 2. It's the same. It's scratching my dopamine of just doing these things.
Basically,
the notion of fascism, because the reason I'm hesitant to establish a notion of fascism is because I know that the notion of fascism that certainly your audience and certainly that I think most people have is that equals bad person. So if we're going to discuss whether Charlie Kirk meets a definition of fascist, all we're discussing is whether or not Charlie Kirk is a bad person. And maybe that's what how about this?
That's not how I use it, but
do you think Charlie Kirk is a bad or was a bad person?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I didn't like Charlie. If you'd asked me 1 hour before Charlie Kirk, was assassinated, I kind of agree.
Yeah.
He sucks in a lot of ways.
So then you agree he's a fascist under your vision of what most people are using the term fascist to mean.
But I don't want to contribute to such imprecision because again, I think there is room for a discussion around like the opposition to post-liberalism. Like I'm very sympathetic to post-liberalism to the degree that I understand it, and that I think people would label as being fascistic. Like I said, for not viewing things in terms of negative freedom, but in terms of positive freedom.
I think there are a lot of people. I want to give you some. Let me give you my. I don't know what's it called. Give you what you want. There are a lot of people who I think don't have clear in their head what the term fascist means, and they're using it because other people are using it.
90 minutes later,
I think that there are such people. That's my intuition. I can't prove it. I think that's also true, by the way, of the term communist. Where people are using it kind of a little bit flippantly. We had a whole discourse on this small corner of the internet about communist versus socialism versus this or that. So that's my intuition there. But I don't think that we're bound by like the lowest common denominator usage of a term. And I certainly am not trying to use it loosely. I'm trying to use it appropriately.
The most common usage of the
I don't think we are. I think we could apply it in a technical way or an academic way or with reference to some sort of some standard.
Who are some fascists that you generally agree with and like?
Oskar Schindler is the one that comes to mind, but even then it's just because
modern day people that are generally described as fascist that you like.
I don't know if I have any. Let me think. I like.
I'm positing the definition is fascism equals someone I don't like. So if you can give me an example of someone who is a fascist today,
then that's a contradiction. It can't be.
I'm asking you.
If your view of fascism is not my view, but it's just like the view that you take, which is
fine. Okay. Name me a fascist that by your definition of or however you're using the term fascist.
Got it. Yep.
That exists today that you like, and that'll prove to me that you are not using the term in the way that I think most people are using the term.
Got it, because there wouldn't be a but that's not entailed though. Just because it's logically possible for there to be a person that I like who's a fascist.
I'm just we're just having a conversation. Pisco.
Yeah.
Who is someone?
I don't know if I have such a person, but that doesn't mean that my definition is what you said. That's not entailed.
Functionally, it seems to be the same.
No, it doesn't.
My theory has accurately predicted.
No, because there are a lot of people I don't. Because there are a lot of people I don't like who I don't call fascist.
True. Yeah. Well, okay. If your fucking ex-girlfriend is a dick or whatever, like I'm not okay. But yes, but Not all. What is
No,
it?
but
Not all squares are
it's
rectangles,
broader
but
than that,
rectangles
right?
are-
Like,
not rectangles are squares, but all squares are rectangles.
I really don't like Anna Kasparian. I wouldn't call her a fascist.
Who is someone who? Okay, who is someone that is fascist, or that puts forward fascist ideas that you really
puts
agree
forward
with
fascist ideas.
on things that could be described as fascistic?
On things that could be described as fascistic?
How about this? What are the parts of fascism that you agree with the strongest?
Let me think.
I'm gonna clip this, by the way, just so you're aware.
The aspects of fascism that I agree with. I take to be.
I'm joking, by the way, Pisco.
I don't think of all the concepts that I've identified: ultranationalism, ultraconservatism, myth making, authoritarianism. I don't think that there's a single one that I've identified. But I can point to good works by fascists that have been done. Right, like there are public works projects that have been good done by fascists. Aesthetically, there's something there where they have. Who would you rather have, the aesthetics of the Nazis or
You're saying there's absolutely nothing that fascists like Giovanni Gentile, whatever the fascist intellectuals have put forward that you agree with, like in any, like it's something that is like central to them, not just like Hitler loved dogs type thing.
I think that the fact that they stood in opposition generally, or usurping, I wouldn't say necessarily opposition, usurping this kind of landed nobility. So in the context of Nazi Germany, you have the kind of Prussian military class and the Hohenzollern dynasty, where there really wasn't any appetite among them to bring back the Kaiser. In the context of perhaps Rome with the king in Italy, but that's a very loose, like, yeah, I didn't agree with the old imperial dynasties and the old kind of nobility there, but I mean that's about as close to them, where it's a little bit more populist in nature than the previous kind of noble families and royal bloodlines and all that stuff. But it's again, this is a very loose.
Do you believe in a strong nation state?
In general, yes, I think it's useful. Certainly in the American context.
Right. Do you think you should have to speak English to be a citizen?
No.
ID me.
What? So, for example,
me?
What's that mean? Sorry, I don't know. I don't know what you mean.
I think it's Spanish for some. I don't know what it means in English.
Wait, I speak Spanish. What did you say?
Me.
I speak Spanish. You have to tell me.
My.
Oh, madre mia. Madre
Dios
mia.
mío.
Dios mío. Sí, yeah. Hang on a second. So, for example, there are like insular communities in America that have been around for a long time. Native Americans, I can imagine. Now, they typically speak English, but I don't think it should be necessary, no. Think about like
But generally.
Generally, I think you ought to. If you're going to naturalize, I think you should speak English. But
there we go. That's fascistic. Way to go. All right. There's one.
I don't think that's fascistic.
Do you hang around BreadTube ever? Because I can tell you there's some people that call you fascistic.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I do.
Unfortunately.
Who are the BreadTube people?
It's so interesting. Vosh, FD Signifier, Philosophy Tube.
Who's the
there's a ton of
who's that person? Her name is it Natalie? Natalia? Is it
Wait, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You are not super tight with the Hassan Piker audience, correct?
I don't think I'm tight with the Hassan Piker audience.
Ideologically, I forget. I don't mean like.
Depends on what. I think that.
Are there people in Hassan's audience that would call you a fascist for your beliefs? Is there any evidence? Have you experienced this ever?
No, I haven't.
Has anyone in Hassan's audience called someone else's belief fascist that you happen to share? And when I mean Hassan's audience, I mean like
they've
called in general.
They've called Destiny a fascist before, because I asked Destiny a question which was like, who would you vote for, Trump or Hassan? And his first answer on one of his views on what I was asking was Trump. and so they did the whole when you cut a liberal, a fascist bleeds. And
Yes,
I
that's
don't think
when
that
you cut a
Destiny is a
liberal, a fascist
fascist.
bleeds.
So yes, the answer is yes. I do
See,
think that,
Pisco, one of the things that I continually am reaffirmed for myself is just truly how incompetent I am. Because I could have just led with cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds as like the meme that fundamentally exemplifies my point about people getting called fascist.
but I don't know that I disagree with you that sometimes fascism is overused, and certainly if you say is it overused by like lefties, I think the answer is probably yes. But like that's not a disagreement, right? Like that's the disagreement about like whether there's a people misusing the word, but that misuse of the word relies on a shared notion of what the word actually means, right? So like it's impossible to say that the lefties are misusing the word without knowing what the word means or having or describing what we mean when we use the term and whether it's being misused. So even me saying, right, like, oh, the lefties are misusing it to apply to Destiny, that relies on me having a notion of what fascism is. And I couldn't say that if we were relying, because if they were just saying what you said, which is that they're just describing a bad person, then I would be saying they're not misapplying it. They're correct that Destiny is a fascist if what they mean by fascist is this is a bad person, and I'm sure that they think that Destiny is a bad person. You know?
Yeah, okay. I understand your.
I'm sorry.
I understand your philosophy of linguistics, and we just disagree.
I'm not trying to be difficult, man. And I really love this conversation.
I do too. That's why I'm entertaining it. It's like I said. It's like golf, Age of Empires. It's just, even though it's arbitrary in some sense, there's just something fun about it.
So would you call anyone today a fascist?
Would I call anyone today a fascist? It depends on the context. Like, it's like, would I call someone, would I ever describe someone as toxically masculine? Depends on what my goals are. If I'm trying to appeal to anyone of any level of, like, if I'm trying to appeal to the kind of person, who is actually like misogynistic and kind of, leans into the Andrew Tate direction, I probably wouldn't use the term toxically masculine because it's such a loaded term that caused me to lose credibility.
A neo-Nazi. Would you call a self-described neo-Nazi a fascist?
Yeah. Oh yes. Oh yeah. There's people that have swastikas on their neck.
Okay.
Those people are Nazis. But like, it's like snowflake. It's like, would I call people snowflakes? Even if I do believe that there are people who are like emotionally weak, it's like I would never use the term snowflake because as soon as I do, it signals that I'm operating in a linguistic framework that is used by people whose ideology I do not share. So like I would never even I don't think because I don't believe there's any utility for what I'm doing. I wouldn't call Charlie Kirk a fascist. I don't think. Even if you fit
your notion of fascism by your favorite notion of fascism.
My favorite notion.
Whatever the meaning is.
Okay. Again, this is okay. For the reasons that we have different linguistic philosophies, just fundamentally. Yeah. So because I operate in a certain linguistic philosophy, which is words mean whatever effect they have. What words mean, whatever notion comes to mind in the person who listens to that word from the speaker. That's it. There are no objective meanings to words independent of anything.
Yeah, but you're hesitant with Charlie Kirk in a way. You're hesitant in a way with Charlie Kirk in a way that you're not with the neo-Nazi. You just said, of course, I would call a neo-Nazi with swastikas a fascist. Correct.
Yeah, because the fucking neo-Nazis have fucking swastikas on their fucking neck and say, we fucking...
But you didn't have this, you didn't stop and pause and be like...
I don't think Charlie... Yeah. Yes. Okay, all right, fair enough. I'll tell you exactly why. Because some 50% of people like Charlie Kirk and agree with Charlie Kirk. So for me to call Charlie Kirk a fascist would be to signal, hey, I'm as simple... my analysis of Charlie Kirk is as reductionist as... the Hassan people who say scratch a liberal and a fascist.
And this, I think, is the ultimate. What I think is the sticking point. What you just said is because some percentage of people agree with Charlie Kirk, I am not going to call him a fascist. In other words, it's no more. That's what it feels like.
No, that's not what I said.
All right, help me out.
I said because because in order to fulfill my goals, which are communicate with people who are Charlie Kirk sympathizers, calling him a fascist would prevent me from being able to reach them in ways that I think are valuable.
Right. So because I want to reach them, I'm not going to call him a fascist, even if he is.
No, because you're sneaking the even if he is thing at the end.
That's what you.
Because even if he is implies.
No, it doesn't.
That there is a fixed definition of fascism. The fact that so many. Okay,
but that applies to the neo-Nazi with the same force as it does Charlie Kirk, and the only difference there between the difference there is that the most of the population doesn't agree with the neo-Nazi, and so that's the difference. So the only thing that I'm changing, like the whole language and philosophy stuff is the same.
Pisco.
Yeah.
Yes, words mean what most people think they mean.
Yeah.
So if half the country likes Charlie Kirk. And it's like, okay, well, Charlie, I'm going to call Charlie Kirk's a fascist for sure. Charlie Kirk's definitely a fascist, whatever. It's like, I become as one-dimensional and stupid as the people saying scratch a liberal and the fascist.
So the Germans...
I'm not going to operate in that linguistic framework.
The Germans in Weimar Republic who were calling Hitler a fascist, they were stupid because 50% of the country seems to like this guy.
Well... They probably should have come up with a better way to address Hitler than fucking just call him names. Wouldn't you agree?
Whether they should have or not isn't the point.
My whole point is calling people names is a fucking useless way to contend with their ideas. And that's all we seem to do nowadays. Oh, this person's a fascist. We can rule them out of the conversation. Scratch a liberal fascist bleeds. We just can ignore them. I mean, this is the whole problem on the left is like the Democrats have too many people in their party who just think that fucking Kamala Harris is basically a fascist or whatever. So
when Trump called Kamala a fascist, what'd you think of that?
I liked it as much as when Kamala called Trump a communist dictator. Did you see that?
Wait, no, I didn't see that. I saw when I think Trump was like, she's a communist. He's a communist. I think Trump called Kamala Harris a man. I could be wrong about that.
I bookmarked this. I'll just send it to you.
Trump does listen. If you want to tell a fascist that sometimes I enjoy, Trump makes me laugh sometimes, man. I mean, I hate Trump, and I think that he's one of the worst political figures I ever have. But he has some bangers, and you can't deny that.
That's true. Yeah, I just think, like, for example, Pisco, you tell me if you disagree.
Mm-hmm.
The probability that you would ever convince a Trump supporter, well, how should I say this? I think you are not nearly as good as criticizing Trump to the people that matter as me, because I'm much more willing to not call Charlie Kirk a fascist and not throw these terms around. I can operate within the more Trump sympathetic.
Yeah, because I don't
framework
pander to them. I mean, I don't pander to them.
Well, you call it pandering, and I call it, sympathizing with their valid perspectives.
Valid meaning true?
Valid meaning valid.
I understand validity to relate to arguments and whether the conclusion follows.
Veracity is a function of veracity is one factor in a multivariate analysis that leads to validity.
Oh, okay.
I'd be a good lawyer.
I think
I actually studied law, and
I think it's possible. Listen, I'm not necessarily the best communicator to MAGA, and part of the reason that is like I talk shit about MAGA every single day.
Yeah, and look, I'm not the best at communicating to the Hassan Piker audience because I shit talk them all the time. So we are. It's literally like two. I'm like there's just a. Again, this conversation is useful for me. Just it's productive. It's fun to talk to lawyerly minded people. We just have a different. Like for example, one of the reasons I'm much less inclined to criticize Nick Fuentes to the degree that other people might is because I know there's a lot of people who like Nick Fuentes who I could convince that he does go too far in certain areas that other people couldn't, precisely because I'm not willing to just go, oh well, he's a racist, therefore he's fuck him and all that.
Do you think Nick Fuentes is a racist?
Yeah, probably.
Do you think he's anti-Semitic?
By any normal person's definition, yeah.
But yours?
Yeah, sure, yes.
But
It's like, but again, it's like asking me, do I think Andrew Tate's toxically masculine? It's like, I would never. I don't like. I think even just agreeing to that and saying that is kind of buying into a framework that I'm just like. I don't
why
believe
did
in
you
the framework of
grant it
calling
then?
people's names.
I think you granted that because Fuentes is considered very toxic and hands off in a way. Kirk maybe has more mainstream appeal, but it is suffering by
I
for
think
the
Nick
same.
Fuentes is like borderline as mainstream now as Charlie Kirk.
I think it's getting bigger too. But I just mean to say is like you should have stopped me there. You should have said, I'm not going to call him anti-Semitic because how am I going to communicate to his audience to convince him of my ways?
Maybe I should stop accepting it. This is why I suck at debate, Pisco, because I just accept everyone's frames because I'm such a nice guy.
But I would just say, be honest.
But
but you answered that question that where you were like, yeah, I mean, I have a notion of anti-Semitism and I think probably meets it and under most normal people, but you weren't willing to do that with Charlie Kirk. And I think that has to do with your intuition about which one would carry more opprobrium for yourself. Now, I could be wrong about that, but I think that if you were to say, listen, I don't want to talk about whether Nick Fuentes is an anti-Semite, people, you're like, oh, people are going to accuse me of being anti-Semitic.
I agree. Yeah. So opprobrium for myself. I communicate in a way to try and reach certain people. I think have much more appeal to right-wingers than you do. So what you call opprobrium, it's like, well, you don't want to use toxic masculinity because if you don't use toxic masculinity, people will call you, well, you must like Andrew Tate or something, or misogynistic. It's like, you can frame it that way. I think it's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, but you just threw Nick under the bus. You called him racist, probably racist. He doesn't self-identify as racist. He says Christ teaches us to love all people.
I think he does. I think he just says it doesn't matter.
I watch America First.
I could just lawyer you up here and just say define anti-Semitism, define racism, define all that stuff.
Well, I was asking your
people
notion.
think they mean.
Okay, but what I'm saying is like you were willing to answer the question.
Because, he's anti-Semitic because he says, I think one of the most obvious, or not most obvious, the most useful examples to point to that would appeal, in my opinion, one of the most useful examples to point to is the degree to which he says Dave Smith is a Jewish psyop. Dave Smith is one of the loudest and best critics of Israel and the Israeli relationship to the U.S. government. And Nick Fuentes, because he has a notion of Jews that is this highly conspiratorial, Jews are involved in everything, and if a Jew criticizes Israel, it's actually controlled opposition, blah, blah, blah stuff. The fact that he says Dave Smith is a Jewish psyop is emblematic of the most delusional type of stuff that I think would be fairly described as anti-Semitic. But it's like
all I'm raising is the potential inconsistency.
I'm much more inclined to say Nick Fuentes is a fucking idiot and moron for putting out the idea that Dave Smith is a Jewish psyop, rather than just saying it's anti-Semitic or racist, because again, calling people's names doesn't change anyone's opinions.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like, I think that the inconsistency that I'm potentially pointing to is a lot of people will say of the term anti-Semite or racist, it is used in this way that you're accusing fascist the term being used.
Oh, I agree. Yeah. Like Norman Finkelstein is called anti-Semitic, and fucking like everyone's called anti-Semitic if you criticize Israel.
But you were willing to engage in an analysis about whether Fuentes is anti-Semitic in a way that you weren't with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, correct. Because because there's a very different, because anti-Semitism is a much more
coherent concept.
No, but I would say it's more fundamental to the average person than the ideological notion of fascism.
I don't understand whether there's something can be more fundamental without understanding what fascism is. Like to say something is more X than this other term, you would need to know what that term means, right? It's like
no. Calling someone a racist or racist and anti-Semite are like fundamental moral categories in Western civilization.
How do you know fascism isn't without knowing what it means?
Okay.
In order to know if something is fundamental,
I have to piss like a racehorse.
No worries.
This is now the 15th time we've done this.
Okay. Hey, listen, This was a lot of fun. We should do it again.
It's always fun. It's always fun, Pisco.
And let me know because if you have a follow-up on the specific questions about executive power, unitary executive theory, FDR stuff.
All right. So, there's someone named Dave Green, the distributist, who is post-liberal, I think far-right reactionary type person, who I like a lot.
Yeah, send me his stuff.
Makes a lot of good points. Would you be watch his stuff and then let me know.
Dave Green, you said?
Dave Green, the distributist.
I'm typing it in our DMs, so I'll remember it. Dave Green, the distributist.
Because I think because I would like to see more intelligent. Because clearly, Pisco, I'm not intelligent and capable of arguing.
I don't think that's true.
I just like trying on ideas. But Dave has a more fleshed out worldview. So maybe we can set up a conversation between the three of us and be moderated and go from
awesome. There. Hey, thank you so much, Paul. This was so lovely. Let's do it again. We'll talk soon, okay?
Godspeed, Pisco.
All right, later.
Peace.
All right, folks. Going to take a look at some super chatterinos. Thank you so much, folks, for sticking through that. Let me give a little recap, and then we'll get into the super chats real quick. Thank you guys so much for the super chats and for the subs, all that stuff. Really means the world to me. We're growing. We're getting closer to 25,000 subs on YouTube. When I do that, gonna be big Q&A celebration. I'll post that on YouTube as well, so you get in your questions. So really appreciate that. Follow me on TikTok at Piscolity, Instagram at Piscolity. Really appreciate it. But in general, here's kind of my take, and we'll prep for this. Do share. I think there's a problem here. I think that there's a problem. And the problem is equivocation, and the problem is not agreeing on what we're talking about. And this happens a lot. Like on the term insurrection, where we're having this discussion with Rob Noor or Andrew Wilson. They'll say something like, well, if that's your definition of insurrection, that would include so many things. And it sounds like what they're doing is providing a normative argument for why a word should be one thing versus another. But then you parse out their language a little bit more, because they claim to be, I don't have a definition. And they'll say things like this. They'll say, well, anti-Semitism is more fundamental than fascism. So I'm willing to opine on anti-Semitism in a way that I'm not willing to opine on fascism. Well, in order to say that something is like more fundamental, surely you have a notion for what that means, right? Same thing with like the term insurrection versus riot. At one point in Andrew Wilson's conversation with Destiny, Andrew Wilson says, I am agnostic on what the term means. I don't have to have a definition. But he says that the concept that you described, Destiny, better fits the term riot. Well, the better there, right, is referencing something, right? It can't be a self-stand. I don't understand something like better than, which is like stance neutral or in like viewpoint neutral. Like saying something is better than something else. It's referring to something. To say that concept better fits riot, you would have to have a self-standing notion for what riot means or what it should mean or what insurrection means or ought to mean. That there's an archetype perhaps that you're referencing. Like you can't say these things like, well, that concept better fits riot unless you have a notion of language that makes sense of the utterance riot and the utterance insurrection. Same thing here, right? You're quite willing to opine on communism and say communism bad and this person is a communist and these commies on BreadTube, etc. But less willing so with fascist, even though the same objections that you raise, well, people just use the term fascist to be negative. Well, that's a conversation about like how words, like the intention behind the usage, not necessarily the usage itself. But even if you grant that all they're saying is this person is bad, then you're admitting that they're not wrong, right? Because if all fascism means is you're a bad person, then they're correct about that in their mind, right? They're subjectively correct about that. But it doesn't mean that, because people don't call everyone they don't like fascist. Maybe some people do. But if you're walking down the street and you see someone and he's like being an asshole to you, you call him a fascist? All else equal? No. Like there are plenty of people I don't like. I gave an example, Anna Kasparin, who I don't call a fascist. And so I think that there are multiple conversations running. I think that he's trying to get me on some consistency trap, but I know all of them, right? Like I know this whole like, well, Hitler took power and he killed all the Jews, and I know this kind of like is racial ideology essential to fascism, and I try to separate those concepts out of my mind, Nazism versus fascism. I try to explain that it's a cluster concept, and he, I think, is quite unwilling to put a pin on what he means by the term fascism. And he outright said why, right? He said the reason is because I want to be able to communicate to these people, and 50% of the people like agree with someone who, you know, is a question about whether there's a fascist. Hell's advocates. This is why Rob Moore is never willing to define anything. It's much easier to just arbitrarily move on and off points. Yeah, true, 100%. 100% on the stolen election bit. Yeah, totally agree. And the minute, right, like, if you're able to identify what's going on there, you can see how quickly it falls apart. And all these weird kind of phrases that don't actually make sense unless you have a notion of insurrection or fascism or any one of these other concepts. And then, right, like, presumably, I don't know that he has stuff about trans people, but a lot of these like enlightened centrist types or commentary class people have these views on transgender issues, where they raise the objections to the people who are like, well, the word woman means this or that. What they'll often raise, like, well, you can't make the term woman mean that. I'm not sure if this would include PFJUNG, but Paul says, like, well, woman is a more concrete thing. Well, hang on. How do you know woman is a more concrete thing without knowing what fascism is, right? Like, any kind of symmetry breaker or symmetry maker with the term is going to rely on a meaning of the term. And so until you, you could just, maybe you could take the view that calling something fascist, regardless of what people are using it as, it should never be done. It should be, the word should be as a racial slur because it has such disastrous consequences. But then that's like kind of like an empirical case you're going to have to make, that independent of the words. That's why I kept saying, like, so you're saying that you would not call Charlie Kirk a fascist even if he was one. That seemed to really bother him because it's kind of a tough sell to be like, you shouldn't call people what they are unless it breaks some threshold of good taste, like the N-word or the F slur, right? But it's a hard sell to be like, don't call something what it absolutely is. Don't call something a communist because it might make me feel bad that you called it communist. And most, I would say, conservative leaning or conservative appealing people, they're the ones who are like the truth tellers, right? We want to be honest with people. We deal with dangerous ideas here, but true ideas always. And so there's this aversion to what I think if you're not going to take on or cash out a notion of fascism or any one of these other terms, you would have to kind of embrace, I think, a view of words that, like, we shouldn't use them even when they clearly fit. But yeah, we'll read the super chats. Nationalism, the key point could be race or diff. This is with respect to, like, when we were trying to cash out my notion of fascism. Christopher Whitfield, thank you so much, says, ask him to define fascism in one sentence or two. I was trying to do that, but he was very against that, even till the end, right? Hunter Young says, how can he have a concern about how people use this term if he has no conception of it? Right, yeah. That's the same thing, right? Like, the term is being misapplied. The term is being misapplied. You can't say that unless you know what the term means. It's the same kind of thing. Oh, Bimble. Holy Bimble. Thank you so much, Bimble. This is my Bimble. He is a cool guy. Thank you. Thank you so much. And guys, like the stream. You passed the bar! Ah! Can everyone give a congratulations to Bimble? Mr. Bimble. This is huge. This is huge for Mr. Bimble. He is now a member of our club. Well, he's not admitted to practice yet, but he did pass the bar, so he's one step closer to being part of the club. Congrats, Bimble. Thank you so much for the subs. Much appreciated. Clap. Okay, next super chat says, okay, so nobody's racist either. Right, and this is Christopher Whitfield again commenting on, racist is a term that used oftentimes in the same kind of negative way of signaling that you just disagree with someone or something. Oftentimes it's accused of being overused or whatever. And sometimes I think that's even true. But it wouldn't stop you from being like, all right, well, this is what we mean by racist, and this is what we are talking about. What if Bimble's a fascist? If anyone understands the reference to Mr. Bimble, you get 5 bonus points. But none of you understand, none of you are on that level that you know who Mr. Bimble is. That is not a self-standing notion. You guys know who Mr. Bimble is? Oh, wait, it's Bimbo. Wait, it's Mr. Bimbo. Bimble? It's not Mr. Bimble. Have we been saying it wrong for years? Okay, guys, it's a reference to Muppet Treasure Island. And have you guys ever seen Muppet Treasure Island? So Fozzie Bear in Muppet Treasure Island, he plays like this royal person or this kind of squire guy. And he has a man who lives in the index finger of him. He calls Mr. Bimbo. But we've always said Mr. Bimble. Holy crap. So your entire name makes no sense. Pull up the clip. All right, we'll pull up the clip. 1 second. It really does sound like Mr. Bimble. I can't believe they call it Mr. Bimbo. That doesn't even make sense. All right, let's see. All right, one sec. Give me a second. This is the clip. And then we'll get into actual content. But you guys need to know your history here.
Well, gentlemen, this is definitely a genuine bona fide treasure map.
Hang on. I'm going to blow him up.
Well, gentlemen, this is definitely a genuine bona fide treasure map.
Really?
Oh, yes, Mr. Bimbo told me so. Oh, Mr. Bimbo lives in my finger. He's very smart. He's been to the moon. Thank you. Twice.
That's Mr. Bimbo. It does sound like Bimble. I'm just going to say. It sounds like Bimbo. All right, cool. Let's get to reading the rest of Super Chats, and then we'll get into the actual rest of the content. I heard Bimble. It sounds like Bimble. Yeah. Okay. Kay says the degree to which Charlie Kirk has fascist views is arguably less than Hitler. I think that's what PF was getting at. I think that's possible, yeah, but we just need to, again, cash out what fascism means, right? So, how can you say Charlie Kirk has less fascist views than Hitler unless you know what fascist means? If fascist just means Charlie Kirk's ideology, then no, Charlie Kirk is more fascist than Hitler. It just needs, but it's obviously whether or not Charlie Kirk is more of a fascist than Hitler depends on what fascist means. And there's no way to get around it. How can there's no concept that I can judge the difference between Kirk and Hitler with unless you have it, right? Without a frame of reference, there's no point in discussing it. Yeah, it's just like saying, is Charlie Kirk more Zark or Blark than Hitler is? Well, obviously, Hitler's more Blark than Charlie Kirk. Would you know what I'm talking about? If I said that, Charlie Kirk was more than Hitler, would you know what I was saying? You need to know what I'm saying to know that someone is more than that. Ask him the difference between liberal and fascists. That's another way of trying to get at the same thing, Whitfield. But thank you so much for Super Chat, which is basically cash out fascism. Grassroots Hegemon says, I'm mostly libertarian, but I like J-Reg's framing of reactionary centrism. Thank you so much for Super Chat. Which ropes in folks like J-Reg, Connor, sort of, whose step one is to run around a dozen Overton windows and narrow them for winter. I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that, but happy to think about it some more. Doobie says Charlie was a Seven Mountain Mandate dominionist. Probably more accurate to say he wanted a theocracy, but aside from swapping the state and nation with church religion, there's not much difference. I just don't view those. It's possible that another word better describes Charlie. I just don't think that they're mutually exclusive. But thank you for the super chat, Dubes. Christopher Whitfield says, can you pick a word he isn't scared to use? At that point, he was like, he willing to use anti-Semitism. That, I think, was maybe one of the best mic drop moments. Per Thompson says, so much audience capture on PF's side, unwilling to discuss how much of a fascist Charlie Kirk was because his audience doesn't like it. Running to word definitions or books I've read to get away from the bad place. Yeah, I think that's all ways to try to distance oneself. But you could just, if you wanted to, you could say, I don't have a view on fascism. Let's just use this term, fascist. But even that, right? Like, even distancing himself from it, he was unwilling to do. Like, let's just use this one definition. But thank you so much for the super chat, Per Thompson. Eye of the Jew says, feels like he stays vague to maintain his truth. Possible. Trump failed, haha, says post-racial fascism. PF equals pivoting fascism from Dave Willow. Thank you so much for the super chat. Christopher Whitfield became a member, said, should you be allowed to play a video game where you make PDFs? No, I guess not. No. Christopher Whitfield says, ask him to define it in a sentence or two. Same thing. We were having trouble with that. Thank you so much, though. Christopher Whitfield again says, Hassan viewer here, and I would go after anyone who calls Pisco fascist. Appreciate that, Christopher. Butterflies XOX says, Charlie Kirk, Meanie and Hitler, big Meanie. Thank you. And then Frank or Frange Cav says, has this guy considered that Charlie Kirk might have been intentionally subverting some elements of fascism as he thought others defined it? I suppose it's possible, but we never really got to it. But thank you so much for the super chats, folks. Really appreciate it. Did you see Trump's memorandum on domestic terrorism and the new indicators? Yeah, I saw that. We'll talk about it at some later date, maybe early next week. But I promised that we would take a look at this apparent destruction by Crystal Ball of Tomi Lahren. You guys remember Tomi Lahren? Tomi Lahren is a person. She was on Blaze TV, and then she was kicked off Blaze TV. This is Glenn Beck's news organization, I believe, for, I think, agreeing with the liberal position. It might have been abortion. Then she joined Fox News, and now she does the Tomi Lahren Hour, or whatever this is called. Tomi Lahren's is Fearless. It's a pretty interesting name for a show. Did you watch Tomi Lahren is Fearless? I guess it's a channel. Hukim15 says, why waste time on these stupid people? This dude's head is filled with air, no intellectual thought said yet. I think it actually was helpful to get out and to show you guys that much of this conversation is just talking past each other. Similar to like the trans debate, whether trans ideology or transgender people are deluded. You often have this narrative where it's just people talking past each other. And if we just clarify what we mean by a terminology, it could actually be revealed that we don't have much disagreement. Or it could just be honest and be like, hey, I don't want to say this person's a woman for that reason. I don't want to say Charlie Kirk is a fascist. I don't even want to consider whether they are for XYZ reason. So like, I think that it's not a conversation where we resolve stuff, but one where like maybe you can see part of the problems with some of these like category conversations or semantic conversations. That clarity of what the terms mean and what we mean by them can actually reveal discomforts or grifting potentially, I don't know, or audience capture. That once you get clarity on why one is averse to using a term or what one means by a term, it can often reveal things. But thank you so much, guys, for the follows, for the subs. The TikTok and Instagram follow would mean so much to me. It's at Pisco Liddy. And soon, I promise, at some point, hopefully soon, we'll get back on schedule, back on everything, and ready to go. So anyway, yes, this is Tomi Lahren. Tomi Lahren of Tomi Lahren is Fearless channel. Used to be on Blaze TV. Used to be on Fox News. Interviewing or talking to Crystal Ball. Now, I know some members of my community, they have this like negative view of Crystal Ball. I don't have a negative view of Crystal Ball. I think Crystal Ball is like sneakily one of the best debaters on the left in some of these areas, especially in the areas that I agree with her on. She is able to bring points in a way and like cleanly, and with like where she doesn't come across as preachy or anything. She comes across, I think, as like a normal human being. And so I really respect what she's doing. I don't agree with her on everything, but I do think that she's a very strong debater. Anyway, let's watch.
I don't know if you're a Mamdani fan or not, but you are a big fan of Mamdani?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you are? Okay. So he wants to provide $65 million for gender-affirming care.
I mean, Tommy, I think everyone should get healthcare. So yes, I think trans people should get healthcare as well.
I hope that you guys stick with that, and I hope that Mamdani is your poster child, and I hope that you run on it. I'm not going to give you any feedback because I, too, hope that that is the direction that you go.
If you review his policy proposals, you'll see this is not some, like, dyed-in-the-wool ideologue.
Best of luck with the
I hate this attitude, by the way. Thank you so much for the super chat. I hate this attitude that a lot of conservatives are having recently, which is, this is an 80-20 issue. I hope you run on this. Why don't you actually have the discussion? It's always going to this meta point about, oh, you're going to lose an election. Or, you know, that's not popular, though. Oftentimes, I think they're misconstruing a lot of polls that oftentimes have slanted wording or phrasing. The best example, I think, is immigration, where how they put the polling question will often determine the outcome, whether people are pro-immigration or anti-immigration. You'll ask them, like, do you agree that illegal immigrants should be stealing all your fucking land and shit and taking all your resources and having sex with your wife? And it's like 80% no. I don't know what that 20%. But if you ask it like, is America a country of immigrants? Should we be encouraging more immigration? It's like 60% yes. So like how you phrase the question oftentimes. So, but regardless of what the actual polling says or whether the interpretations are good faith, I find that it's boring to zoom out and be like, you guys are going to lose. Your idea isn't popular. As though that was a standard about whether you're right or wrong, is like how many people agree with you. And it's certainly not one that conservatives have been championing, like, this is dangerous ideas. We think differently, and we go against the consensus, and we're not just people who spit out the common talking points. So yeah, I get annoyed when people are like 80-20 issue, 80-20 issue. Keep saying that, and you'll lose the election. You often hear it, by the way, of these enlightened centrist types as well when it comes to like the Charlie Kirk aftermath. Keep saying what you're saying about Kirk, you're going to lose the election. Keep calling Kirk a fascist, you're going to lose an election. Okay, bet. That's a different conversation. 1 and 2, I don't think we will, because we call fascists.
that socialist endeavor in America.
Oh, we love the intro. It's so unique. I mean, this has never happened before. No one's. Oh wow. Are they bringing on our boy?
Fascism is a heavy term.
Sure it is.
But I'll say it. We have a fascist in the White House.
Let me ask you tonight, do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do.
This is what kicking the out of fascism looks like.
Try to prevent the spread of the lawlessness and the fascist chaos that's been unleashed against us.
So when we say Donald Trump is a fascist, fascism, a huge component of fascism is uniting racism, bigotry, a form of racist nationalism.
We are now living in a fascist dictatorship.
We are worried about potential rise of fascism in this country. We're worried about our democracy falling to an authoritarian and potentially fascist form of government.
Not only to
Fascism is an ideology, not a style of dictatorship. You are conflating right-wing dictatorship with fascism to normatively load. Neo-fascist is a maybe. I mean, I don't know what you heard from the conversation with PFJUNG, Minority Retort, or who you're talking to, but certainly didn't hear me. I said it was an ideology up front. So whatever your notion of is, if it's an ideology for a style of dictatorship, I don't think anyone used the term style of dictatorship.
roll over to Donald Trump's will, but to roll over our democracy and allow him to take over this country as a fascist dictator.
When fascism isn't just coming, it's already here.
No one has ever been more dangerous to this country than Donald Trump, and he is a fascist to his core.
And it continues. The assassination attempts on President Trump weren't enough. The public execution of Charlie Kirk wasn't enough. The 1,000% uptick in assaults on our federal agents, still not enough. The leftists, the libs, and yes, mainstream elected Democrats who desperately want to be president, all singing off the same sheet of music. And they won't stop because, frankly, I don't think they care what the ramifications are. Fascist this, Nazi that, Timu Hitler, Putin's hoe, we've heard it all. Did these leftists even know the definitions of the slanderous and disgusting labels
This
they
is
throw?
so slanderous. It's slanderous to call someone a fascist. If it's slanderous to do so, and what they'll never contend with is that they've been doing the same exact shit that they would never construe or characterize as slanderous. Furthermore, it's true. They're just, I mean, it's true given, I think, the technical meaning here, or the common meaning, whatever you want to go by. I think it's a true fact. And also this whole even outlook, which is, oh, your words might cause something, right? Like, isn't that what conservatives ostensibly were supposed to be? I don't believe they ever were. But when they were met with, like, words are violence and safe spaces, and you should agree with our language because if you don't, it'll have terrible consequences. Weren't the conservatives the ones to be like, wait, I'm just going to speak to the truth, and, like, I'm not responsible for what crazy people do or what bigoted people do or locos with a gun do. That was kind of like the conservative talking point when it came to, like, hate speech on campus and discourse about woke ideology. So it's very rich to see now the mask come completely off. They never cared about free and open discourse and truth telling. They just didn't like to be called what they were, which was often racist and often, bigots.
On us? If you believe in school choice, a secure border, energy independence, or God forbid, traditional values, you're basically a Mussolini cosplayer, right? That's how far off the rails this has gone. Wait, you think...
And yeah, all the Republicans calling Democrats Nazis, fascists, communists since Obama, yeah. There's just no answer to this. Anyone who brings up the point about, well, fascism is going to cause all this violence, it's a call to violence, they cannot contend with this. That Republicans have been calling Democrats fascists, Nazis, communists for decades. Was that a call to violence? There's no, and it's not about saying, well, your moral values, you're trying to make that all derivative of the course of conduct of Republicans. No. It's about what they meant by that. Did Trump mean that he wanted Kamala Harris to be attacked when he called her a fascist? And most people would say, no, that's not what those words meant. That's not what he was trying to say there. Because it's not a call to violence, and everyone knows that.
Parents should have a say in their kids' education, you monster. If you come into this country illegally, you're subject to deportation, the horror. No, it's the law. Let's be clear. Real fascism, actual textbook, boots-on-the-ground fascism, is not just someone who disagrees with me politically. It's dictatorship, it's state-run media, it's suppression of dissent, it's political violence used to silence the opposition, which, let's be honest, sounds a lot closer to some of the tactics we've seen from the radical...
And you see how she just rushes through. She rushes through a bunch of stuff that fascists did. And she tries to get it out as fast as possible. But imagine if I like attacked this, right? Like if we took that notion about what the word meant and interrogated it for 2 seconds. It's why these people don't want to actually have the semantic conversation about what the term means. They're uncomfortable with it because whatever they're providing is garbage bullshit. Like, yeah, there are some fascists who instituted dictatorship, but they were fascists before they did so.
Left for at least the last decade. Calling everyone who leans right a fascist is not just dishonest, it's dangerous. And not just because it puts a big old target
she went speedily through a bunch of stuff that fascists did. It's dictatorship, it's silencing dissent, it's this and that, Did she define it? No, she just gave a bunch of stuff that fascists do. When they're in power, they have complete control. And she went as fast as possible. When there's a confusion here, there's a confusion. And I think the confusion or deceit, frankly, has to do with what this term means.
On our backs, but also this. When everything is fascism, nothing is. The left did the same with the label racist, and while they still love that one, they've become more enamored with fascist because it's more abstract, and they can assign whatever the hell they want to it because, let's be honest, these idiots...
And here we go. This is such a great dovetail to our conversation with PFJUNG because you can see it in real time. It's more concrete or more abstract in the case of fascism. You need to know what you mean. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean by concrete here or abstract? Fascism is more abstract than racism? Don't you have to have a notion of racism? You just pointed to a bunch of things that, I don't know, are they essential to fascism? Dictatorship, silencing opponents? That seems like less abstract than racism. At least intuitively. Whatever your notion of fascism was just there seems like, oh, it's silencing opponents. Well, I can look at that, right? It's dictatorship. Well, I can look at that. So really, what are we talking about here? You need to have a meaning of what you understand fascism to be in order to make these kinds of claims. And the one that you provided, A, doesn't pass muster under how people use the term in a technical sense, in a historical sense, or even in like dictionaries. It's just isn't. And even under the notion that you provide, the comparison fails because what you provided seems a lot less abstract than racism.
Protesters and Antifa freaks don't really know what the hell fascism is, and they don't care. It's an excuse. It turns our politics into a clown show. It shuts down debate. It desensitizes people to the real threats out there. And maybe that's the point. Because if you can paint every conservative from a suburban mom to a small business owner as a budding Hitler, you don't have to argue ideas anymore. You just smear, silence, and move on. It's lazy, it's manipulative, and yeah, it's un-American. If Democrats really want to have a conversation, let's do it. Let's talk about policy, solutions. But this fascist nonsense, it's a political crutch, a fear tactic, a distraction, and honestly, it's getting old. But joining me now to have the discussion is liberal commentator and co-host of Breaking Points with Crystal and Sagar is Crystal Ball. Crystal, it's so great to have you. I want to have the discussion. I know that you tweet a lot about it, and I'm very interested to hear if you think President Trump
Let's
is
go, Crystal.
fascist, and if you think that I, by definition as a conservative, am also a fascist.
I don't think everyone who supports President Trump is a fascist. I do think that President Trump is a fascist, though. And I'll give you a perfect example, Tommy. It's kind of an awkward day for you to give this spiel because Trump is speaking to all the generals today in Quantico. And he just said that he's going to use the military against the enemy within, which is part and parcel of what he's been doing with deploying the National Guard in cities across the country. So when you ask about definition of fascism, the president really sort of gave his own definition of fascism today. I know you want to agree with that, but let me just make a broader point here.
Yeah, I want to dive into
Well, let me just make a broader point here because, you know, I think as someone who came from a side that did a lot of tone policing and, by the way, called out people who were policing rhetoric and doing the whole cancel culture thing, I would really caution you from going down this path, especially as someone who, you know, is a commentator, uses your words for a living. I know in the past I did a little bit of research. You called people who were enforcing mask protocols Nazis. President Trump has, of course, used his language in quite aggressive ways.
Oh, so good. So good there. So immediately pointing out, again, this is not meant to demonstrate the point that Tomi Lahren is a hypocrite, though she is a hypocrite, right? Like, absolutely, she is a hypocrite. It's meant to show Tomi that unless she's willing to bite the bullet, that what she was doing there was categorically unacceptable or calling for violence or some kind of like un-American thing, then she's going to be having an inconsistent standard. Ultimately, they're going to have an actual fight about what is fascism, what is Nazism. And if your point is that a necessary component to fascism is dictatorship, which it wasn't clear based on Tomi. Tomi's a very dumb person. She's not very smart at all, very stupid. Not very clear that she gave a coherent definition of fascism that's even intelligible, other than listing out some things that, you know, some fascist governments did, but that it's not going to pass muster given her previous comments. So it's not necessarily just about the hypocrisy point that Crystal's bringing out here. It has to do with what the words mean and whether she's willing to bite the bullet that what she was doing during COVID, etc., was un-American.
You know, is a commentator, uses your words for a living. I know in the past I did a little bit of research. You called people who were enforcing mask protocols Nazis. President Trump has, of course, used his language in quite aggressive ways, including calling Kamala Harris and others fascist, radical leftists, communists, et cetera, et cetera. Do I think that that was inciting violence against Kamala Harris? Do I think you were inciting violence against people who were enforcing mask mandates?
This was my little exchange with, I'm not saying that I originated this idea, but the question I kept asking of that Twitter person when we did the review of my Twitter was, are you saying that Donald Trump was calling for Kamala Harris to be hurt when he called her a fascist? And what she should do there is really push her on that. really push her on that. I hope that she does that. I'm not sure that she will, but even bringing it up is good because that's just like it's a point that these MAGA sycophants, because they can't say, right, that Trump was calling for Kamala Harris to be hurt, because then they lose this sanctimonious position that they've tried to hold themselves out with, and that they think that they're better than everybody. But once they acknowledge that, yeah, the reality, the tape where Trump is calling her a fascist, you have to make sense of it. Was he calling for violence there?
That was inciting violence. Fascists, radical leftists, communists, et cetera, et cetera. Do I think that that was inciting violence against Kamala Harris? Do I think you were inciting violence against people who were enforcing mask mandates? No. So I think we have to really maintain this commitment to First Amendment free speech, even in the face of incredible crackdowns from this administration in ways that are truly extraordinary and quite dystopian.
I would love to hear about the First Amendment crackdowns from this administration and what you would classify those as. But I want to go back to President Trump this morning. And again, I know that the liberals, I know that you all love it when he says something and it's like, oh my God, this is the definition. He's going to use the military against us. Well, I would argue it's well within his rights to use the National Guard in D.C. And D.C. is a pretty great place right now, by all accounts, because of his use of the National Guard there to keep people safe, mostly black and brown people, I would add. But also, when you are deploying troops to protect federal agents and federal buildings, you're also well within your right. That's not authoritarian. It's if you want to have Antifa lighting the streets on fire and terrorizing people in these cities, President Trump is going to protect his agents and he's going to protect federal assets. So I don't know what part of that you think is authoritarian. To me, it's just if you guys want to play stupid games, we're going to make sure that we have our federal assets protected. Would you rather they just be out?
And to be clear about Crystal's point here, Crystal Ball didn't just say, and it is a dodge, and Crystal, I hope, is going to bring it back to, were you calling for violence? You, Tommy, when you called them Nazis. Was Trump calling for violence when he called Kamala Harris a fascist? I really hope that she goes there, because this is a bit of a dodge, because, whatever. But Crystal's point here isn't that the use of the military domestically is per se fascism. It's evidence, right? Like the fact that he's taken the stance of domestic deployment of the military, in the context of that is also that the military is helping either facilitate or themselves engaging in unconstitutional stops, seizures, etc. And arguably, I would say, definitely in violation of the statutes and against posse comitatus. That's the context. It's not that it entails fascism. It's just much more likely under an explanation that this is a fascist government, and it's evidence for it being a fascist government. So I don't think that Crystal would be committed that any government that uses the military domestically is fascistic. But in context, this deployment of the military is evidence, I would say strong evidence, of the fascistic tendencies of the Trump regime.
Out there and be attacked by Molotov cocktails and bottles and things being lit on fire around them, buildings being lit on fire. I mean, is that your preferred course?
Well, first of all, I would say I don't think you should believe everything that you see on Fox News, Tommy, because that is not the reality in any of these cities. And I spend quite a bit of time in Washington, D.C. Second of all, local law enforcement exists for a reason. And there's a reason why we have a separation between civilian local law enforcement and the military. The military is trained to go after enemies. Do you see the American people as the enemy? Because that's the way that President Trump is framing this. He is saying
in DC,
the enemy within is the American people.
In the National Guard in DC, have they gone after you? Have they militarized?
Have they gone after me specifically?
Or have they gone after anybody?
Crystal has a way of disarming her interlocutor, and also having credibility with these conservatives that she's built up. Sometimes I think she's been open about the fact that she was highly critical of her own side in that sort of 2020 era and a little bit before. But it has worked because she's able to stand on business and say, hey, I did call out my side when they went too far or whatever. But she also has this way of repeating back the thing that the interlocutor just said or the debate opponent just said to make you sound as stupid as possible. Are you saying that in order for me to make an assessment as to whether the deployment is unconstitutional or evidence of fascism or whatever, I would have to personally be? And so I just love the way that she does that. And she did it also on Piers Morgan. And so, yeah, good.
It's an example of where the National Guard in D.C. has hurt an American civilian or has been militarized against an American citizen, because they've been there for what now, a couple months? I haven't seen any example of where the National Guard has overstepped their boundaries or authority or done anything.
The deployment at all, I would say, in California, Chicago, et cetera, I think is overstepping their authority.
It would qualify as this militarized authoritarian rule. I haven't seen it. Maybe you have.
Yeah, so I think there's a fair point that you're making there, which is that because we have the Posse Comitatus Act, you cannot actually engage in civilian law enforcement. A lot of what they've done is to back up ICE agents, so we can have a whole separate conversation about the aggressive abuses there and the way that American people feel that that has gone way too far in a way that has been.
Now, I would not grant anything on the fact that you're bringing up Posse Comitatus, I think, is good, Crystal. It sounds like it's a little bit of a concession, though, that, like, yeah, they can't do civil law enforcement. And I don't think that she agrees with that. And B, they are doing civilian law enforcement. That's the problem. But I don't know that Crystal is saying that they're not. But how she phrased that almost makes it feel like she's, suggesting that she agrees that, yeah, law enforcement, they're obviously not allowed to do civilian law enforcement, so they're not. But they're doing that. That's the problem.
Massively violent. A lot of what they have done in DC is frankly like a waste of taxpayer dollars, picking up trash and just standing around.
In DC specifically, yes.
That doesn't mean that we should accept the image and normalize having military soldiers. And in LA, they use active duty Marines in our streets. Furthermore, what is probably even more troubling and has gotten a lot less attention is Trump just signed this new national security memorandum that effectively labels anyone who opposes him and his views as a potential domestic terrorist. Now, that does come with actual federal resources that can do a lot more than just like pick up trash and sort of stand around while ICE does whatever they want to do. So you're right. In DC, in Chicago.
And I would say standing around while ICE does their business is a form of civilian law enforcement. You're protecting ICE. You're accompanying ICE on any civilian law enforcement mission. And that is a way of enforcing civilian law. By merely being a presence there, you're helping facilitate the enforcement of civil law. And that's what Judge Breyer found out in the Central District of California, I believe.
So what we've seen so far, a lot of this is like fascist theater, but it is meant to intimidate. It is meant to send a message that political opposition will not be tolerated. And you have to put it together, Tommy. I genuinely want to ask you this question. Like, is there nothing that he's done that you feel like, it's a little too far? Like we've had the tariffs, which have been wild and unilaterally imposed. We've got Palantir getting contracts to surveil anyone and everyone they want to. We have people being sent to a foreign gulag with zero due process. We have National Guard being deployed in city after city after city.
I love that. I love sending them off to see caught with no due process.
You have American citizens. I mean, I don't know if you saw this video.
Which cities has he deployed National Guard to besides protecting
LA,
federal?
DC, Memphis, Portland.
We invited him here. We invited him to Tennessee. We invited him to Tennessee. Governor invited him to come clean up the streets of Memphis because they desperately need the help. So this is, I'm genuinely curious in this.
But Tommy, can you respond to the question though? None of this you feel this is a little too far. Saying
no, she can't say yes. She can't say yes because these people will lose any credibility with their audience. Their audience, which, I would say 80%, 90% part of a cult, because these, I'm not saying every MAGA voter, 80, 90% MAGA voters, but of the audience, these are people who are more politically inclined. They don't want anyone to say that what Trump is doing is bad, and certainly not in front of a left-wing or liberal person. So she can't give ground at all. And if she went too far, she's like, yeah, I don't like that. I think it's bad. Even honestly, she's risking her livelihood.
Policing comedians' monologues, right?
He's not
using lawsuits to threaten media, consolidating media in the hands of his allies.
I know that you're not trying to allege that Jimmy Kimmel or Colbert were taken off the air because of President Trump.
They obviously were. I mean, Kimmel in particular. Colbert, you could make another argument about. But the FCC commissioner came out and said we could do this the easy way or the hard way. And next thing you know, Disney pulls the plug. Why? Because they know that this president weaponizes the federal government against his adversaries. They're worried about their business deals because the backlash was so severe. Look, these people don't care about anything about their bottom line. I hope you agree with that. And they saw more than 1.7 million Disney customers cancel their Disney Plus subscriptions. So they were like, oh, we've got an even bigger problem here. But there is zero doubt that the intention is to chill speech, to make anyone who opposes this president think twice
Great job.
before they do that. That's what the university crackdowns are about. That's what the legal crackdowns are about. That's what kidnapping students off the street for writing an op-ed. That's what that's about. That's what the National Guard in the street is about. And that's what him saying to these generals today, we have to use the military against the enemy within. So you may not like the term fascist. You may not like it when it's thrown around by Democrats. I had no problem with it when it was thrown around by Trump, by the way. But that is, in fact, the accurate description of what we're seeing here. And so I have no problem with people trying to accurately describe the situation that they're experiencing in their own country.
Do you think that I have so many questions for you?
So good.
That whole thing, like democracy under attack, dictator on day one, that worked so well for you guys in November of last year. I'm actually shocked.
And just a total dodge from Tommy. Total dodge. The question isn't, was this messaging effective or not? I'm not, by the way, persuaded that the fascism messaging on net hurt Democrats, which is what you would have to show. I'm inclined to think that it probably helped them. People who cared about that stuff voted overwhelmingly for Democrats. The question is, what did people care about more? And the prevailing economic conditions almost certainly predetermined at least the heavy slant of that election. It was a close election nonetheless. But even assuming that she were correct, that talking about fascism or the threat to democracy hurt the Democrats, which I think is a preposterous notion for which there's no evidence. But even if she were correct about that, it's a total dodge. The question isn't, is it going to help the Democrats in the election? You can tell that's where her mind is at, because she's a grifter and because she's only motivated by outcomes for herself or political benefit and not by the truth. That's what she is grounding the conversation down into. Not whether or not it's true what Krystal is saying, not responding to the evidence that Krystal has presented, but saying, is this going to work for you instrumentally to elect Democrats? Complete dodge, weak shit. She's always been stupid. She's always been dumb, but it's so clear now. Any objective person watching this can see that total pivot towards the electoral outcomes of Democrats, which, by the way, Crystal Ball, sometimes too much, is critical of the Democrats in terms of their unwillingness to do things that she considers to be in their electoral advantage. And so you're pushing on a open door by talking to Crystal about Democrats not taking sufficient advantage of certain talking points or whatever. But it's just a very different conversation than one that Crystal's having, and a total and complete pivot.
That you're still using it and you think that it's working on the American people. It didn't, and
Tommy,
it's not.
Not everything is about a poll, right?
There you go.
About,
and she immediately sensed it, and she's pouncing. This is really, really good stuff.
You actually have a principle, and you actually care about protecting First Amendment.
Yeah, and that was so, and it's so obvious what she's doing it, and now she's doing this whole little bit, which is keep doing it. No, we love this. We keep doing it. It is so condescending, unwillingness to engage on every level. And Crystal saw it immediately. That's good.
If you guys think that, though, that's
Tommy,
fine.
this is, to me,
Crystal,
one of the best things about America. Is
I do
my
too.
ability and your ability to say what we think. You know, and I know you've been critical at times of Trump. I'm sure you'd like to preserve the ability to be so. I'm sure you'd like,
of course,
if there's a future.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I mean, like, come on. She speaks out of both sides of her mouth sometimes, perhaps, but she has no credibility on speaking truth to power against Trump.
I have any danger of losing my ability to do it. Yeah, I don't think that.
But do you worry? Do you worry about the turnabout, though?
No,
I don't. Do you
don't.
worry that when it's an AOC or a Gavin
Crystal,
Newsom, that you're going to be the one put on the domestic terror watch list?
Crystal.
Because that's what's happening right now.
Crystal. So if you did a little bit more research, you would know that your guy, AutoPen, actually did pressure social media companies to deplatform me, to move me down in the algorithm,
if
to
you
reduce
did
me.
a little bit of research, you would know that I complained and protested against those sorts of actions.
So, one, I think that Crystal has a different view on the Twitter files or whatever than I do. I think this is giving way too much fucking ground. I would never, and I had this conversation if you saw my most recent video with Connor, I don't think we should at all concede that there was coercion, by which we mean unlawful, undue pressure against these social media organizations to censor these people. I think that that is a delusional belief for which there is no evidence. But it is true that Crystal was one of the people on the left who I think was calling that out. And again, I want to stress, in a manner that I disagree with. But certainly in the context of this conversation as between them, you know, assuming their outlooks, Tommy can't criticize Crystal for this.
I have been consistent in saying we should not have a ministry of truth.
This is an actual
Government
example.
should not be involved. Hold on. Government should not be involved in pressuring social media companies to cancel. What the Biden administration did, as revealed in the Twitter files and the Hunter Biden laptop suppression, I stand against
oh my
all of that.
God.
So you can't get
I hate this. Sorry, Crystal. This sucks. Don't concede this shit. It's not true. We should have a discussion about it.
on that crap.
Well, I'm glad
but
that you did.
That is nothing compared to the way that this administration has
This is
used
good.
the whole of government weaponized.
Yeah. So like, even if you were to grant that, which I don't think you should, because the Hunter Biden laptop stuff, my God, it's not even just that it isn't what they say. It's like almost the reverse of what the Republicans say. And keep in mind, this all occurred when Trump was in office, right? The suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop, you mean from Twitter in October 2020? Did we forget how time works, Crystal? And Tommy. But yeah, we should never give ground on this talking point. It's false. It's the opposite. The truth was, the Russians were trying to push fake, debunked narratives, provably false narratives, that they were taking bribes from Burisma, for which there's an indictment right now against Alexander Smirnov. And even if you were to buy it, the quote-unquote pressuring, it occurred when Trump was in office. Nothing to do with Biden. This is crazy.
Whole of government in order to try to silence.
But it is good that at least, even if you buy this view, the comparison, it's no comparison whatsoever. It's no comparison whatsoever.
And coerce their critics. There is no doubt about it. The FCC commissioner coming out and directly saying, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. That is overt jawboning. That is overt threats to media.
Will she give ground on this? Will Tommy say that that's okay? Let's see.
Companies. Then you have the lawsuits that are used to basically extract a bribe to coerce these media organizations. And then you have mass consolidation in the hands of Trump political allies. That's what's going on.
Presidents upon election immediately acquire mind control over every government agent. And just be aware of this, right? Like, Trump was president for 3+ years. Whatever you want to say about the DOJ or the FBI with respect to the Twitter files, again, it's all bullshit narratives. It's all bullshit narratives. It's not true. It's not backed up. I've debunked it. Don't worry. I've debunked it. I've debunked the Twitter files narrative. If you don't believe me, we could have a conversation about it. I invite all the Twitter files believers to come on stream and talk about it. But even if you take the view that there was government coercion and that Trump can't be blamed for it because he doesn't have mind control over every government agent, Biden certainly doesn't have mind control over every government agent, right? Like, so how can we say it's Biden's fault?
So the First Amendment
Before
is
he's
under
president.
attack in a way we have never seen before, going back even to the days of George W. Bush and the Patriot Act and that surveillance, which I also objected to, by the way.
Crystal, it's interesting to me that when I show you all of the censorship from the Biden administration, which I'm glad that you disagreed with, but when I show you like concrete examples of they did this, they did that, Hunter Biden laptop impacted an election.
Hunter Biden laptop. I mean, look at what she's saying. And Crystal says, yeah, I'm sorry, this is not good. Hunter Biden laptop story, guys. She connects it to the Biden DOJ. It was in 2020. So even if you take the view that Trump isn't responsible for his DOJ in 2020, Biden was not in office. How the hell have we let the narrative turn out like this? How the hell have we not been stronger on the Twitter files bullshit? It is insanity. Same thing with COVID. Absolutely right.
Right? All the COVID misinformation, they pressured YouTube, Google, every single one of them was pressured. And these companies are coming out and saying, we are pressured to deplatform people, to lock people out of the accounts, delete accounts, reduce people on these platforms during COVID, calling it misinformation, disinformation. We have concrete examples of this. But then you say, well, you know, because they deceptively edited that Kamala interview and because Colbert lost his show because he lost money and because Kimmel was off the air for 5 days, that's your example of like the government's cracking down on free speech when I have an actual example of they actually silence people. Here it is. Citizens, content creators, influencers, politicians, doesn't matter. They did all these things. And you're like, but Colbert and Kimmel, you see why it's hard for me to believe you when you're like, the First Amendment is now under attack.
It's hard for me when you spoke out against those things under the Biden administration.
Boom.
And you have nothing to say.
Boom. There we go. Push it. Keep pushing it.
What's happening with the Trump administration? Look at the way they are trying to designate.
And she has no answer whatsoever. So you're accusing Crystal of being inconsistent. I would say she's being too consistent in the sense that she's finding errors with Biden when he wasn't even in office and when there wasn't even any coercion. So if anything, in the sense of like the free speech consistency argument, I would say like her fault is painting the Democrats far too negatively than they deserve. But even if you take that view, like Tommy, You're not speaking out right now.
As material support for terrorism. Pam Bondi coming out and saying the exact woke thing that I'm sure you objected to in the past.
I did disagree with that when Pam
did
Bondi
you
came out and
disagree
said,
then?
yeah, I
when
disagree.
Trump came out and said the exact same thing and said, you're not allowed to criticize me.
Yeah, did you criticize Trump? Did you criticize Trump?
He did not say that.
He absolutely endorsed what Pam Bondi was saying. This is so dishonest. Like, Crystal is completely correct here. And this is what they do, right? Like, they can't directly talk shit about Trump. So what they do is like, he has bad advisors. Oh, I don't agree with Bill Barr. Oh, I don't agree with Pam Bondi. Oh, he's getting the wrong talking points from Jared Kushner. The buck stops with him. They have no notion of personal responsibility, even though they preach it 24/7.
Never said that. He said we're cracking down on Antifa and domestic
look it up.
terrorists. Do you not?
You can look it up.
I guess I would ask you this.
Crystal's absolutely right about that. So, I mean, Trump absolutely endorsed what Pam Bondi was saying. And there's no, if he didn't, by the way, and if this was such a big deal that hate speech was so horrible a concept to you, Tommy, and by the way, I don't even agree with it, why wouldn't he fire her? Why wouldn't he call on her to retract the statement? Even if there weren't statements that indicate that he supported Pam Bondi's position, which there are, his silence is a kind of implicit acceptance of it. Pam Bondi hasn't walked it back.
Do you not think that Antifa and their tactics, which I've seen firsthand, do you not think Antifa and the things that they pull, particularly in places like Seattle and Portland, do you not see that as domestic terrorism?
I think crime is crime and should be dealt with as such. But in the same way that I objected to the mass surveillance of the Bush administration and the expansion of the terror state apparatus that has occurred ever since then, I vociferously.
And by the way, Crystal kind of gave her a way out by saying the Pam Bondi thing. You should talk about the Jimmy Kimmel thing. Do you condemn it, yes or no? Because Tommy, the out is that Tommy is able to shunt off the blame onto Pam Bondi in a way that you really can't with Jimmy Kimmel. You shouldn't be able to with Trump, but with Jimmy Kimmel, that is closer to home. It relates to Charlie Kirk. And so I think that was the more clear vulnerability. But that said, I mean, she's getting diced up, in my opinion.
Object to this attempt to use Palantir to surveil everything that all of us say for wrongthink. God forbid that we criticize Israel. God forbid that we criticize what ICE is doing. That's the regime that they're putting into place, Tommy. I mean, that's what they are trying to effectuate right now.
Well, I disagree with you on that point, but I don't agree with
because they were the lowest hanging fruit. Yeah, they were the lowest hanging fruit. And now it's coming for American citizens who also, by the way, are being caught up in these immigration raids as well. So this isn't just staying with, the people you might be more comfortable with. This has huge impacts on all of us, and especially as people who make our living through our ability to speak and to say at times provocative things. Like, that's part of the job. And that's exactly what this administration is really trying to go after.
Chris,
and
I'm not
make
disagreeing with you.
Not that nobody won't be able to say anything, but that they have to think twice. I mean, you mentioned Google and YouTube, and then I'll shut
And that's a good little nuance there. That part of the finding of this Reagan judge, we'll go into the finding, by the way, related to free speech, where we have essentially great evidence of this conspiracy between the highest officials in Trump's White House to basically obviate people's individual rights, including speech. That the goal isn't necessarily ideological deportation en masse. The goal is to have 2, 3, 4, 5 test cases, very prominent cases that are known in the zeitgeist, and scare everybody into cooperation and silence. This was also the case with the law firms. This is also the case with big tech. And it's also the case with the universities. So it's not necessarily complete perfect prosecution of all enemies at all times. And that's a very key nuance to grasp from what Crystal's saying here, that I'm glad that she comprehends and is able to explain.
And let you say the next thing.
And yes, just like the Comey prosecution as well, right? And that one is even worse because it's both a signal externally to the public about political prosecutions with basically no good evidence, but also internally. Internally, the government should not be investigating itself. It should not be coming to findings that are adverse to Trump's interests. If you do, we'll go after you as well. So the Comey example, Oliver, is a great is a great key demonstrator of the kind of signaling that doesn't necessarily translate to perfect prosecution or perfect enforcement, but a kind of chilling enforcement, which is what Crystal, I think, is getting at here, and is very well done.
Anything, but that they have to think twice. I mean, you mentioned Google and YouTube, and then I'll shut up and let you say the next thing. But they just had to do some, multi-million-dollar settlement and basically pay tribute to the Trump administration because they want to make sure their deals can go through and they get their tax breaks or whatever it is that they want. That's what all of these companies are doing, and we are totally dependent on these big companies.
You are saying that. All this stuff is not, that we have the companies that actually came out and said, Biden administration pressured us to remove this, this, and that. But you are just assigning that to these companies because you believe
that was reported within Disney. No, that's not true. That was reported about the deliberations with regard to Jimmy Kimmel.
So
they
why
didn't actually have a problem with what he said.
Because all these Americans now, his ratings are back in the tank.
1.7 million.
Yeah, now the ratings are back in the tank.
People canceled Disney Plus.
Yeah, the ratings are back in the tank. He got that great big boost, and then boom, his audience left again, and they will. And I'm all for him.
That's not responsive to what Crystal just said. Crystal said the reason they brought him back has to do with the pushback being worse than what they thought it would be. You don't have a response to that other than to say, well, Jimmy Kimmel's ratings are back down. That's not responsive to what Crystal said, which had to do with cancellations of subscriptions and the backlash being worse than the initial lash, and then the marshaling of support in favor of Kimmel.
On air.
Tommy,
I think he should be. I think he should fail on his own.
Jimmy Kimmel in ages. I don't know what he has to say.
Nobody
is. It's fine. Obviously, these are all dinosaur programs that are going to go away eventually. It's about the principle. I stood up where a lot of people during the Biden years that I have no ideological agreement with whatsoever, because it's the principle of protecting free speech, protecting the First Amendment, even the right to say things.
And just so that you guys are aware, this is, I have to raise this with Crystal at some point. I think that she and I should have a conversation about this. Maybe it'll be when we invite her, because I don't think it would be appropriate necessarily to go on her show to have this conversation. But at some point, I do want to have a conversation about this guy, because she can't be saying this shit. This is wrong. But it's not what I do, just to be clear. I don't say I'm criticizing Biden just so I can have those bona fides. And I don't even think Crystal is subjectively thinking that here. I'm just saying, I am not going to criticize the Biden administration where they deserve no blame. And where it would be easy for me to say, listen, I criticize both sides, X, Y, Z. I'm not going to do that when I think that there's something not there, right? And again, I'm not ascribing to Crystal a bad motive here. I think if I explain this to her, I think she'll be convinced, because I don't think there's a good case.
Are offensive to people, that are provocative, that are outrageous. And so if you have a government that is trying to weaponize all of their agencies to try to chill speech
that's where you
and
lose
coerce the media.
I don't think that they're doing that. Now, I believe in free speech. I don't believe that Kimmel or Colbert were taken off the air because of President Trump. I don't believe you on that. But you're talking about speech, and I agree with you on speech, all right?
Mm-hmm.
I believe in you should be able to say provocative things. I think that there is a limit when it comes to credible threats. But outside of that, I'm more talking about, you mentioned the National Guard and the troops, and I asked you about Antifa. I'm talking about actions now. I'm not talking about words. I'm talking about actions. When Antifa goes out on the street,
the FCC chairman, his statement, I mean, are statements not action? It's an action. It's the threat of enforcement action, right? And you seem to, under your misapprehension of the Twitter files, Tommy, you seem to suggest that was an action. But was there any enforcement decision taken by Biden as against Twitter for any kind of lack of censorship regime? No.
And they light things on fire, or they're firebombing an ICE facility. Things of that nature. Do you not think that the National Guard might be helpful in deterring some of that violence, not just to protect the federal agents, but also the federal buildings? And I don't know, maybe
what a framing, what a loading. Would it be helpful to protect? Yeah, I'm guessing that having the presence of the military would be a deterrence of some extent. Yes, I'm sure having the military in everyone's homes and having no freedom of speech at all and having no warrant requirement and just letting the military do whatever they want would also be a deterrent for criminals. That's not the question. Is only one. Would it be deterrent? That's not what's on offer. Yes, all the dictators in the world promise security and benefit, and they're all doing it to stop the bad people. Every single tin pot dictator in the world promises that trade-off and says, yes, this was to deter violence and criminals. But the question is it infringement of rights? Is it authoritarianism? Which is separate from, will it effectively deter some bad people, which I'm sure it will.
A little bit safer for the businesses and others that are operating in that vicinity to be able to carry about their daily business without being antagonized by freaks who consider themselves to be Antifa warriors?
First of all, let's talk a little bit about Antifa. Antifa, as you know, just stands for anti-fascist. I think we should all be anti-fascist. I would suspect that you would view yourself as also being anti-fascist. So Antifa as this like well-organized, well-oiled machine thing is a right-wing fantasy made up and invented out of whole cloth. So let's just put that out there. But look, if there's crimes, prosecute the crimes. Guess what? Local law enforcement is saying, we got this. Local leadership is saying, we got
Crystal,
this.
they're not.
so
And local law enforcement has been hamstringed by your Democrats who want everybody to be doing arts and crafts out on the street.
Oh my God.
That's
they
ridiculous.
don't prosecute crime,
so silly.
Crystal. They don't
That's so silly,
prosecute crime.
Tommy.
That's why you have people that have been
50%
arrested
crime
36
reduction
times
in the city of Portland.
Oh, Portland is
50%
just a
crime
fever
reduction
dream.
in the
You're
city
right.
of Portland. Baltimore, Maryland has the lowest homicide rate right now, on track,
Crystal,
lowest
would
on
you
record.
go walk around
the crime
Baltimore
is
at
going
night?
down, so you can't.
Crystal,
you
would
can't
you go walk around?
This is such like, this is such garbage. Would you go walk in a bad part of town, or would you go walk in Baltimore? It depends where. I'm sure there's some people in Bmore that would walk at night and that commute. I walk at night in New York. Now, sometimes like there are places I probably wouldn't want to go, but would I be willing to? Yeah.
Baltimore at night by yourself?
I would be fine walking around Baltimore
I'd love to see
at
it. Would
night.
you film it next
I'm not
time?
afraid of this country. I'm not afraid
You
of the
should
people
be.
in this country.
All right,
I
I
don't
would
think
love
we're
to see
at
the video.
war with the people in this country.
Crystal, I would
But
love
the
to see you
bottom
go
line
walk
is,
around these cities at night by yourself. Take a video and send it
Tommy,
to me.
I've lived in these cities. I've walked around, not Baltimore specifically. I walked around plenty of cities,
You
New
told
York
me it was
City
safe.
at night, etc. It's not something to be terrified of.
I'd love to
In
see
any
you do
case,
it.
local law enforcement can handle it. The situation
Do
here
these guys
is
think that like we don't go out at night in New York? Do you think that like we don't go out at night in these places?
that you have the Trump coming in and wanting to make a show of force. This is not about dealing with crime. In fact, drug trafficking, probably something you care about. Those convictions are way down under the Trump administration. Why? Because they're all focused on
This is why I don't swim in this ocean. There are sharks that attack people. True.
raiding Home Depots rather than going after actual criminals. So
No,
if
they're
you care
blowing them
about
out of
law
the
and
water.
Oh, sure. There are places. If the question is, would you walk at night absolutely everywhere in the city? That wasn't the question, though. Is would you walk at night at Baltimore, right? So if you want to make the question more specific, would you walk around in the notorious part of Baltimore or in the bad part of X city? That's a different question. Yeah, probably not without, someone with me or XYZ. But that wasn't the question. Because what they're trying to justify is this like citywide deployment and a narrative that is broader than just like, a few bad areas or at bad times.
This administration has been a failure. No, when they're
No
actually
weaseling.
going
No,
out-
the weaseling is the people who are trying to pretend that the whole city is like, certain problem areas.
water is random innocent fishermen, which
You
is
think
another
so?
reason
Do you have
why
facts
this
for that?
administration is completely out of control.
Do you have facts for that? When they're blowing up
Yeah,
these
I
drug
do.
cartel boats,
Yes,
they're
I
just
do.
fishermen?
Actually, at least one of these boats. Okay, first of all, wildly illegal under international law, even if it is drug traffickers. That's number one. Number two, very few of the drugs that come into this country, which mostly are trafficked in by American citizens, by the way, come from Venezuela. Number three, reporters found the widowed wife of one of the fishermen who was blown up. Okay, so I don't know
Crystal,
why
are these
you just
the same-
accept
are these the same
uncritically.
kind of people?
Hold on.
No, let me
why do you
speak.
just accept uncritically
let me-
what
first
this
of all-
administration says at every
Crystal,
turn? Like, don't you
Crystal.
have a little bit of an inquisitive
I love it.
mind?
You-
Like, let
you're
me
telling
question
me
a little
that a
bit. Let
reporter
me
said
question
that
the
a
government
fisherman
a little
was
bit
blown
and
up.
what they're saying.
Crystal, here's my question for you. Those same people, the fishermen on these boats with all the drugs and whatever that just happened to be on there, are they the same thing as the farmers in Iraq and Afghanistan who are just digging holes on the side of the road?
I love this comparison because it's so revealing. It is so revealing about where their mind is at. And they're accepting that these people are of the same guys who would defend war crimes abroad. Oh, yeah, he was digging for something, therefore we're going to fucking kill him right away, even if we don't have 100% certainty or even close to that it's some kind of dangerous device or something. Also, the comparison to the state of war in Iraq, which was a war authorized by Congress. Now, it wasn't a declared war. It was a use of military force but it was authorized by Congress. So it tells you where their mind is at. Crystal DM'd me with this a few days ago and basically said to pop the popcorn. She fucked Tommy up bad. I mean, it is pretty brutal here by Crystal. The point of major disagreement with Crystal is on the Hunter Biden laptop stuff, but you know that, Josiah, I'm very passionate about the Twitter files garbage narrative. So that's something that I will definitely want to talk to Crystal about. But other than that, I think she's been doing a great, wonderful job. And Tommy has been dodging, pivoting, looking weak, basically saying, well, what about this? And Crystal has great answers to her questions about consistency. Even sometimes I think she goes too far in agreeing with some of the Republican narratives. But optically, I think that she's just crushing.
Filling them with bombs to blow up our soldiers. The same
By
thing.
the way, I'm not saying that I could have done better. I often say people like Crystal, people like Mockler. Who are other people that I say this about? Mehdi Hassan. They do things I couldn't do. They can appeal to mass audiences in ways that I can't because my brain is too like this, and I just want to like stick on one point and just hit them hard with it and make them suffer. But that's not always the thing that will yield good results in the sense of people agreeing with you. I think that Crystal, Mehdi Hassan, Adam Mockler, at times they are doing a kind of performance which isn't, like, strictly speaking, I think topical, but it is more effective. And so I want to be clear. I'm not saying that I could have done better than Crystal. I think that Crystal, Mockler, Mehdi Hassan, they do better than I can do in these appearances.
Think that we massacred civilians in Iraq? You think we didn't massacre civilians?
And she goes right there. I mean, because she has been a big critic of the neocons, and you shouldn't have said that.
In Iraq?
I'm sure that we did. It's called war, my friend. But this whole thing of like, they're just fishermen, they're just farmers. It's bullshit, and you know it's bullshit. But what's weird to me is Democrats will go out of
it's
your
weird
way.
to me that you just accept whatever this administration says when they lie
Boom.
all the time.
Oh,
like
fuck.
their go-to move is just to lie about some stuff. We were told the CCOT guys were the worst of the worst. Oh, they're the worst of the worst. They're these violent criminals. They're all gang members.
Damn, look at her fidgeting. Absolutely crushed.
And behold, the vast majority of them had no criminal records. Many of them were following the vast majority of them had no criminal records, and some of them were following the immigration procedures. And they're sentenced to this foreign slave labor camp with zero due process. And it's crazy to me that you think that these principles will just stay with the people that you don't care about.
Look at that. Look at that cuck smile. She's getting fucking turned.
Due process is thrown out the window. That isn't an attack on all of our rights.
Are you one of those Kilmar Abrego Garcia, Maryland father?
Oh my God.
You think he's just
of course, he was
father?
wrongfully deported. This administration admitted they wrongfully deported him. They admitted that, not me. They did.
Don't get into the Kilmar stuff. It's not good for conservatives. And Crystal is so prepared for this debate. You don't want to have a debate about Kilmar with Crystal, because I know she knows this.
He was wrongfully deported to El Salvador because a judge said he couldn't go there because he feared retribution from rival gangs. So it wasn't that he
not rival gangs. Where do you think they just lie with impunity? No one ever calls him on that shit. There was no finding that he was a member of a gang at all. In fact, at least 3 or 4 courts have found no good evidence that he's a member of a gang, contrary to what the Executive Office for Immigration Review under Trump term 1, for purposes of this like bail hearing, said that he was a member of a gang. But that was a bail, a deferential standard of bail review. And afterwards, we found out that there's no good evidence, because we've actually looked at the allegations by the Maryland police office in that situation, and they're just not good inferences that this guy's a member of a gang. He's like, oh, because he wore Chicago Bulls clothing. Oh, because some uninformed anonymous person who we don't know, and the cop who said it was an anonymous person, like that person was suspended and later fired because he was doing improper disclosures and was corrupt. Yeah, that guy said that, some anonymous person said that he was a member of a gang. No, if there was good evidence that he was a member of a gang, they would have produced it in federal court, which they didn't.
Eligible for deportation, Crystal. It said they shouldn't have sent him to El Salvador because then his rival gang members might kill him. So that was the issue. But he's not a gang member, but he's fearful of rival gangs. So that's a little weird to me. But again, so he was eligible for deportation because he's an illegal alien.
How they try to exact retribution against people who won't join with them and pay their tribute.
So that's what it was?
You don't know that's how gangs work?
That's what it was. He's definitely,
familiar with that?
even though how many judges in Prince George County said this guy is MS-13, you're like, nope, he said he wasn't, so he's not.
Zero said that, Tommy. Zero said that. You got to get your facts straight, girl.
They didn't have evidence of his MS-13
The bullshit case. No, this bullshit case against them that they ginned up, by the way, was falling apart. So, they're trying to, or they're deporting him to a random third country.
Crystal, so
but because they knew. No, but Tommy, the reason they're doing that is because they knew they were not going to be able to get a conviction against them because there was no there on this nonsense that they ginned up against him.
So when he was in Tennessee with all those people in the vehicle that had no...
Hell yeah. And I love, she's so confident about the narrative here. I know she's done her homework on Kilmar stuff. And I wonder how she's going to deal with the Tennessee stuff. The Tennessee stuff, again, not establishing that he's a member of a gang, and at most establishing that he's moving people around in a car, like Uber, like Ron DeSantis and Abbott, when they were moving around people without any authorization to be in the country to different places, like that kind of shit. What is that proving exactly?
Luggage and Didn't really know where they were going. He wasn't trafficking people. They were just heading out to a party. Heading out to
I
a
mean, law
Tupperware
enforcement,
party or what?
Law enforcement evaluated the situation and
No,
said,
no. The
"You're
Biden
free to go."
administration said let him go.
So I'm going to take the cops.
No,
I'm going to
Crystal.
take the cops'
No,
word
Crystal.
for it at the time
Crystal.
versus
Those
your
are our
word
law
for it in this
enforcement officers in
invented case for the
Tennessee.
government.
Crystal, law enforcement
So
officers in
let me ask
Tennessee.
you this, Tommy.
So you can't have it both ways. You can't say that in 2020 that we can't go off of the fact that it was Trump's DOJ because Trump doesn't have mind control powers over everyone involved. But then also say, oh, it was Biden's ICE, it was Biden's DHS in 2022. And so we can't trust anything. So do you understand what I'm saying? You can't have it both ways. If you're going to ascribe basically strict liability to Joe Biden for anything done by the federal government under his purview, then you need to apply that standard consistently to Trump vis-a-vis Twitter files, also vis-a-vis the granting of withholding of removal to Kilmar Garcia in the first place, where it was Trump's DOJ, remember the Executive Office for Immigration Review, the immigration judges, are executive branch officials under Trump. So the decision to give Kilmar Garcia what is a de facto status, withholding of removal, was a decision made by Trump's DOJ. If you're going to do this kind of strict liability thing and apply it to the police stop in 2022 and the decision to let him go, then you need to be consistent both ways in terms of the strict liability.
So this is your game to just interrupt me the entire time,
No.
but you're not going to do it.
Shouldn't they prosecute him then? If he's this violent gang leader.
The Biden administration said to let him go. He was on body cam with our Tennessee law enforcement officers that said this guy is human trafficking. The Biden administration said to let him go. It wasn't our law enforcement
Joe
in Tennessee.
Biden intervenes here? Okay. Tommy, but if he's this violent gang leader, don't you want to see him prosecuted?
I want to see him sent out of our country.
Brought to justice?
Out of our
Don't you?
country.
You're going to just let this violent gang leader go? Shouldn't be.
Oh, that's what I said to Tim Pool. Crystal. She's on that level. This is an A+ debater, and she does things that I could never do. She's really good. Now, I don't agree with all her positions, but I think she's really, really good.
Prosecuted here? Shouldn't he face criminal justice for these horrific acts you're alleging that he committed? No, they want to just get him out of the country because they know they can't secure a conviction because they know there's no there. So you should be very upset with them for dropping this case and just deporting him.
No, I love it when they
just
just deport the
time or do
criminals.
anything for these horrific.
Yeah, just deport the murderers. Don't prosecute them. Can you imagine? No, we prosecute people who commit crimes in our jurisdiction. Can you imagine the kind of cuckoldry entailed in just like not prosecuting criminals who commit violent acts in your jurisdiction? Why would we do that? Why would we just let the murderers free? Why would we let violent criminals loose onto the world? There was this concept of just desserts and tough on crime. What, you're just going to kick them out of the country so they can sneak back in?
Trafficking things.
No, Crystal, I love it when they just deport them. So you got the wrong number on that one. I love it when they just deport people. I think that's better. I'd rather
you
do
like
that
it when
than...
people don't face justice.
No, they do. It's called
boom. Fuck. This is embarrassing, Tommy.
Criminals go free.
No, it's being
You like to
deported.
let criminals go free and not have to serve time in prison.
Ow, Tommy, what are you gonna say?
That's weird. Be deported.
I like them to be deported. I don't like them to fucking face justice.
We tried to send him to El Salvador, but unfortunately, you guys cried about that and over margaritas. So there was that. Let's go to this. I'm sure you have a lot of thoughts on this. Pete Hegseth thinks that we should have uniform standards for men and women in combat positions. I'm going to play the clip and then.
Yeah, let's move on. I look really
we'll
bad.
Hear your take on it.
This, and I want to be very clear about this. This is not about preventing women from serving. We very much value the impact of female troops. Our female officers and NCOs are the absolute best in the world. But when it comes to any job that requires physical power to perform in combat, those physical standards must be high and gender neutral. If women can make it, excellent. If not, it is what it is. If that means no women qualify for some combat jobs, so be it. That is not the intent, but it could be the result, so be it. It will also mean that weak men won't qualify because we're not playing games. This is combat. This is life or death. As we all know, this is you versus an enemy hell-bent on you. To be an effective, lethal fighting force, you must trust that the warrior alongside you in battle is capable, truly physically capable of doing what is necessary under fire. You know this is the only standard you would want for your kids and for your grandkids. Apply the War Department Golden Rule, the 1990 test, and the E6 test.
Tommy, this is too long of a clip. Can you just get to the debate?
And it's really hard to go wrong.
How close was Jung to Sartre's analysis of anti-Semites, but they are amusing themselves for it as their adversary who is obliged to use words responsibly since he believes in words? Not sure about that. But good question. I'm sure someone might be able to answer that. Unfortunately, I don't know.
All right, Crystal. I'm sure you got an issue with that. So you want to tell me what it is?
Why are you such a fucking... I'm not going to say it. Why are you doing this? Why can't you just be normal?
I don't have an issue, Tommy. It's fine.
You don't?
Fewer women sent to fight and die in pointless foreign wars. Fine with me.
So you're fine with the standards. So you agree with our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, that we need to have uniform standards. And if women can't meet them, then that's DEI doesn't apply here?
Like I said, if we have fewer women sent overseas, fewer everyone sent overseas to fight and die in useless foreign wars, then I have no problem with that.
Well, I'm so happy to hear you say that. And I'm...
Are these people immune? Like, she is so fucking mad. I've never seen a more mad person.
assuming that you're against DEI then just universally, or do you...
Yo, look at that. Look at that
like
smirk.
The DEI concept?
She knows.
I actually am against... It depends on your definition of DEI. I think
Yeah,
Republicans have
depends.
perverted it to just mean like when black people get jobs. For example, the mayor of Baltimore
True.
was called a DEI mayor, even though he was democratically elected just because he happens to be a black man. But you know, I've opposed things like affirmative action used in college admissions and things of that nature. So yeah.
Well, I'm glad that we can both agree that the Department of War should not...
And she puts in the Department of War. Glad we can both agree that the Department of War is the greatest department of all time, and we should kick women out of the military.
be using DEI. So we found one area of agreement. Hallelujah. I'm glad that you brought up DEI hires, though, in terms of what we Republicans think of it.
She's pressed. And Crystal knows she's pressed.
What do you think about that Iowa superintendent who's an illegal alien? What do you think about him getting that job? Are you cool with that one too, or you're going to surprise me?
That one.
Maybe.
I mean, in terms of his performance on the job, it seems like he did a good job. The community is out protesting his potential deportation because he was getting test scores back up after there was COVID learning loss. And, you know, I mean, to me, this is someone who apparently is exactly the type of person we would want in this country, not just when he was in Des Moines, but he also had a high-level role in St. Louis school systems and Pennsylvania school district. He was considered an outstanding principal in the Washington, D.C. school system. He's been in the country for decades, and he seems exactly like the sort of person that we should reward with citizenship, who's a tremendous benefit to our country and to his community.
The weapons they found, that doesn't concern you at all?
I thought you were a 2A girl.
I am a 2A girl, but illegal aliens doesn't apply to them, babe.
Why?
They don't get to just
he's
walk
got a
around
hunting
willy-nilly.
rifle. I don't have a problem with someone having a hunting rifle, personally.
So you don't care if illegal aliens have...
No, I think he should have
firearms?
citizenship. That's my point. I don't really understand why you guys think the story is like a good one. And
Yeah,
your side,
because Democrats tell us that they're not getting these jobs. You guys tell us they're
He's
not.
not the stereotype that you're trying to perpetuate about undocumented immigrants. You know, he has been an upstanding community member for decades. He's served school districts. He's been a fantastic educator. He was performing, apparently, according to locals, he was performing quite admirably in this job right here. So no, I believe that immigrants are a net benefit to society. And I believe someone like him should have been rewarded with citizenship long ago.
But
Now,
he
like
did- but he
clearly he
wasn't,
lied in the
though.
job application
Yeah.
process. That's not acceptable.
So does that not bother you
But this
at
is
all,
exactly
though?
why we need... Well, to me, it's an example of how immigrants benefit our country and why we need a path to citizenship so that people can be brought out of the shadows and can contribute openly in society the way that this man was.
So I guess my larger question here isn't about maybe him himself. If you say he's a great guy, I'm just going to go ahead and give you that one. He's this great guy. You know, they found this stuff, but that's fine. Do you think it's a little odd, though? Because Democrats tell me all the time that illegal aliens, they aren't getting health care. They're not voting. They're not slipping through the cracks. And then we get examples where it's like, holy shit, this guy slipped through your very tough vetting process. And he's also, by the way, a registered Democrat. But I thought that he couldn't vote. So I'm confused because you guys told me that this never happens.
I don't know if he's registered to vote. I think we should look into that. There's zero evidence that there's any significant issue with undocumented immigrants voting.
So you want the
committing
illegals to
voter
vote?
fraud. That would be voter fraud.
She said the literal opposite. You want illegal to vote. Look at this. How dishonest.
I don't know if he's registered to vote. I think we should look into that. There's zero.
She says, I don't know if he's registered. We should look into that. I don't think that there's evidence of this being a major problem.
Evidence that there's any significant issue with undocumented immigrants voting.
So you want the
committing
illegals to
voter
vote?
fraud. That would be.
So you want the illegals to vote. What a decrepit piece of shit. She's basically saying we should investigate this. If she wanted them to vote, why would she say we should investigate it?
Voter fraud. I didn't say that. I said there's
Holy crap.
No
What, that's so
significant
bad faith. Like, can you imagine? And these people scream bad faith and loading and all that shit. she says the literal opposite, and her mind is already playing out a script. Did you see this? Just watch this.
Confused because you guys told me that this never happens.
I don't know if he's registered to vote. I think we should look into that. There's zero evidence that there's any significant issue with undocumented immigrants voting.
So you want the
committing
illegals to
voter
vote?
fraud? That would be voter fraud. I didn't say that. I said there's no
Literal
significant
opposite.
evidence. There's no evidence actually at all that undocumented immigrants vote in significant numbers. Now, what I am in favor of is a pathway to citizenship for people who do pay taxes, who follow the rules, who, you know, whatever the guidelines you want to set out. So there's a predictable path so that people can be brought out of the shadows and contribute to society and contribute, you know, and have to abide by labor laws and all of that. That's what I think would benefit immigrants, that would benefit our society more broadly. And that's what I'm in favor of.
Do you think that that pathway to citizenship would be to come to the country legally in the first place? Isn't that the best and
We
brightest
actually
path?
did, but yes. Yeah, absolutely. But right now we don't have a system that is set up. I mean, it's a completely broken system. I think you have to acknowledge that. And especially depending on the country you're coming from, there's basically no possibility of that. So you have a lot of people who are truly desperate, who are trying to survive, who want to come here because they believe in the promise of America. And so I believe we should have a path that, you know, allows them to present themselves at a legal port of entry and follow a process and be tracked through the system and all of that. Like that, to me, in my mind, would be a functional immigration system where you don't have the sense of lawlessness and chaos and people who are working in the shadows, who, by the way, are frequently exploited and abused because they don't have legal status here.
Yeah, because they didn't come the right way. So if fewer people would come the wrong way, you could have more people able to come the right way. I want to talk a little bit about New York City. I don't know if you're a Mamdani fan or not.
Let's
but,
see it.
You are a big fan of Mamdani?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you are? Okay. So he wants to provide $65 million for gender-affirming care. I want to play the clip, and then I want you to tell me why we should be footing the bill for that. Let's take a listen.
It is absolutely disgusting that it's started administration. They are looking to erase trans folks from the very fabric of this country. And it's up to us to actually show what leadership look like. And one of the things that we've said, beyond saying you're very ethnic racing for LGBTQIA plus enrollers, beyond saying you're going to be able to establish an office of LGBTQIA plus affairs, is also that we're going to provide $65 million of funding for gender-affirming care, the same amount of funding that the federal government will pull out from local providers for net agreement.
So do you think that they should be footing the bill for the gender-affirming care?
I mean, Tommy, I think everyone should get healthcare. So yes, I think trans people should get healthcare as well. And what he's talking about is, number one, consistent with New York law, which requires gender affirming care to be provided. And number two, consistent with, you know, basic moral values. Yeah, I think trans people should be able to get healthcare. And one thing I want to say about this, which, well, I mean, personally, I think we should all get healthcare, access to healthcare.
So you think we should pay for everybody's gender transition?
I think that we should pay for gender affirming care, which is medically required for trans people to feel okay. And I think it's disgusting the way that trans people have been turned into scapegoats by this administration, who is more interested in like fighting a culture war than really exposing the fact that they are doing the bidding of billionaires, and that those are the people who we really should be upset about, not trans people, not immigrants. But these are all distraction tactics to keep us from talking about the issues that really actually unite Americans.
I'm not so sure paying for gender-affirming care or transitions for everybody is necessarily something that unites Americans. I think there was a pretty effective...
Didn't she just say that? So this is her not listening. These conservative influencers, they don't know how to listen, and they don't know how to read either. She didn't say that this is the issue that unites America. She said the opposite. She said this is a distraction from the issues that unite America.
ad leading up to the election last year.
That's definitely twisting my words. That's the opposite of what I said. What I said is these tactics are used to divide and distract from the fact that Trump is giving away the store to his billionaire buddies. So no, he wants to do that. And I support him doing that, by the way. And I also support him not running away from the issue. And this is part of what people like about Soran. Putting the issue specifics aside, they like that he stands on business. It's sort of, he's sort of like the Democrats' Trump in a way. Maybe that'll make sense to you. He doesn't run away from his views. He stands on business.
I don't agree with this comparison.
He says things that get people, oh my God, I can't believe he said that. I can't believe he said he'd stay here in New York City rather than run to Israel first thing when he's elected. And he's like, yeah, that's what I think. The fact that he actually fights for something and stands for affordability and being New York first, that's exactly why people have found him so incredibly appealing.
Is it affordable to pay $65 million for gender-affirming care or $100 million for free lawyers to help illegals facing deportation? Is that in the best interest of New York City and their budget?
Well, you may not be aware, but there are a lot of immigrants and there are a lot of queer people in New York City. So yes, there is a segment of New York society that will benefit. But more to the point, Zoran's politics are a unifying politics because he's led his campaign with, hey, let's bring down the cost of public transportation. Hey, let's make it so that people can afford childcare, so that childcare could actually be free. Hey, let's make sure people can actually afford rent in the city.
And how is he going to do
leadership,
that?
which has mostly been, well, let me get to that in a second. Most leadership in New York City has been Democratic, and they have turned the city into a playground of the rich. And so many working middle class people have been forced out of the city. He's saying, what if we ran the city actually for all of us? So we prioritize people who are working and middle class being able to actually live here. So I'll give you, I'm sure you are familiar with, some of his policy proposals, and I'm not going to go through all like 30 or whatever, but the top of the list, he's got free childcare, he's got free public buses, he's got an affordable housing surge plus a rent freeze for
free
rent
buses.
apartments, and he's got this pilot program that got a lot of attention for the public
5
subsidized grocery
stores.
stores to help in places that are food deserts.
Yeah, so
These
like
are honestly
commune.
very modest proposals that help to get the housing and the affordability crisis
So how
under
is he
control
going
in
to
a
pay
very
for all
expensive
this free
city.
I mean, how is he going to pay for the free for everybody? I'm just curious because
Let's tax the rich, baby.
So we're just
Let's
going to tax
the
all the
rich.
rich.
Hell yeah.
You think if you just tax all the rich people,
Can I get a
they're
base?
just gonna
Tommy, you don't
stay
think rich
there
people
and-
should pay a little bit more? You
No.
don't think the rich people are shirking their burden? I mean,
Holy
the
based.
extraordinary amount of wealth that has been consolidated in the hands of the wealthy is insane. And they pay a lower tax burden if you look at their net worth than like average middle class people. It's overwhelmingly popular.
So you don't
to
think they'll
tax the
leave?
rich, including among MAGA Republicans. I mean, this is something that Steve Bannon has talked about.
True.
Right now, the people that are leaving New York City are not the rich. It's the working class and the middle class who are priced out of that city. And so
Yeah, they
that's what he's
certainly
laser
are.
focused on.
But you don't think that if you just pay for all of these free programs by taxing the rich, you think that the rich people are just going to stay there and keep their money there and they're just going to fund all this? You think so?
Yeah, I do. They've done research, Tommy, and they have found that there, is very little evidence that the rich will just pick up and leave New York because they have to pay a little bit more in taxes. New York has a lot that's going for it. There's a lot of reasons why wealthy business owners, Wall Street, et cetera, want to congregate in this great American city. And no, I don't see that changing or going away. But I do think the city should be run more for its middle class and working class residents than for the rich. And apparently New Yorkers agree.
How much more are you going to have to tax these rich people to pay for all of the free programs for New Yorkers
Illegals.
and for the illegal aliens and for
Yeah.
the trans and all that? How much do you think? Like, how much more
Oh my
do you think you
God.
can squeeze out of the wealthy there?
Well, I'm not Zoran's budget director, so you have to ask him that question.
I don't know if he
but
has one.
Compared to their level of wealth, he's been very detail oriented, which is something, frankly, I was concerned about because I want to make sure that not only is he able to win, but he's able to govern effectively. And so if you listen to his interviews, if you review his policy proposals, you'll see this is not some like dyed-in-the-wool ideologue. He's been very open to, input, including from the business community, including from board.
Tommy is using it dishonestly. I think how you're going to pay for it, I think it's a little much to expect every commentator necessarily to know the ins and outs of how it would be paid. Certainly, it's because like I'm sure New York State would have to be involved if we're talking about some level of money. I'm not sure how much the mayor is going to be able to fund all of this based on the local taxes and shit. But it's dishonest because where was Tommy talking about how we're going to pay for the biggest, like most expensive, most deficit destructive bill of all time passed by her dear leader? Like the big beautiful bill was insane amounts of deficit spending, insane to the budget. Was she calling it out? I'm like, oh, how are we going to pay for it? And they lowered taxes.
Moderate Democrats, and yeah, he's put pen to paper and has the numbers to back it up. Now,
But
he
when
may
you just
have
say tax
the challenge
everybody,
he's going
that's
to have.
not really
For the rich.
Yeah,
that's not really pen to paper.
For everyone, I guess, but
it's just somebody else will pay.
Well, I
for
didn't
all
really
of my
say tax
things.
everybody. I said tax the rich.
Oh, just
and I do
tax the
think
rich, okay.
the rich should be taxed, not just in New York, but across the country.
Oh, okay.
And America agrees with me.
We should all
because
just
they've
get
rigged the
poorer
system to
together.
their benefit.
Socialism
They've
sounds
rigged the
great.
system to their benefit. I mean, they just got a gigantic tax cut from this administration. So if
Everybody
we just
did.
gave that back, that would be
Everybody
it
got a
was
tax cut.
overwhelmingly the rich, though.
Our GDP
It
went
was
up, too.
overwhelmingly the rich. And if you just gave that back, we would be headed in a better direction, because I do think the rich deserve, I do think the rich should have to participate in society, that they should, yes, pay back into the society that helped them become so incredibly wealthy, and that we have to deal with these wildly unequal Gilded Age plus levels of wealth inequality that we're dealing with right now.
Yeah, socialism has usually worked so well.
Oh my God.
As well as its cousin communism. You're right. We should definitely.
Tommy,
give
there's
that
a
go.
reason.
This is like the fucking. This is the best they got. This reminds me of that woman who went to go ask Dasha a question. Have you heard of Venezuela?
There's a reason that Bernie Sanders is the most popular politician in America, because most people don't think of this as socialism. They see it as basic fairness.
Yeah,
they
most
see
of
it
us are
as
dumb.
a basic part of the
That's
social
'cause you're dumb.
contract. You think most Americans are dumb?
Most Americans
my-
are not for socialism, babe. But if you want to
Most
run
Americans-
it, go for
How
it.
how fucking condescending can you be? She looks petty. She is acting all glum because she got totally dumpstered. And Crystal knows it.
Like I just said, Bernie Sanders is the most popular politician in America. So you have to grapple with that. I mean, we've had many periods in our country where tax rates for the rich were much higher, and where the disparity between the wealthiest and the bottom 10% or the bottom 20% was much smaller. And guess what? We're still a capitalist country. We're still doing just fine. We had a much healthier society, much healthier middle class. People were able to afford a home, able to afford healthcare. And so I don't think it's a radical idea to get back to that.
Well, I think it's a radical idea. I hope that works out for you. Do you think that that as a national platform is going to help Democrats win
Taxing
elections?
the rich?
Yeah. Do you think just
taxing the rich? 100%.
Oh, didn't you try that
the
last
rich?
time?
I think
try that last
taxing the rich. What are you talking about with Kamala?
Yeah,
when
with
Kamala was
Kamala.
running around Mark Cuban and Liz Cheney and made a lot of mistakes that are in her campaign. So no, I do not see Kamala as my ideological ally whatsoever. But Bernie would have won. I mean, saying, look, we're going to have, of course, building out the social safety net, getting back to being the New Deal era Democratic Party, saying everyone's going to have access to healthcare. Everyone's going to be able to afford to have childcare for their children. We're going to lift the wage to be a living wage. We're going to invest in unions, make sure we have labor power. That is an overwhelmingly popular message. In fact, where does it work?
Yeah, where does that work?
It worked in America. Tell me, it worked in America
Hell
during the
yeah.
New Deal era. That's where it worked.
California would be the best
Super
example, right?
based.
California probably the best example. We're going to pay the fast food workers this, and we're going to have illegal aliens on healthcare and Medi-Cal and all this stuff. Would you cite that as an example of where this type of governance works, or this type of economics works?
I mean, again, Gavin Newsom is not my ideological ally. I'm not a liberal. I'm a leftist. I'm a democratic socialist. He vetoed universal or blocked universal healthcare from coming to fruition.
Because they couldn't even afford to provide it for the illegals, you know?
California has one of the most vibrant economies
How mad is Tommy right
in the
now?
entire world. Now, they also have...
Try not to be a massive bitch for 2 second challenge. Immediately failed.
a mass affordability crisis, as is New York City, as is every
Yeah.
city, major city basically in the country. So I think we need to dramatically address the affordable housing crisis. And that's part of what Zoran has been running on. So I took a look. There's only 26% of the country that actually opposes his core policy proposals that he ran on. So do I think it's a national message? Of course. I think Democrats would have done much, much better if they focused on these core economic issues.
I hope that you guys stick with that, and I hope that Mamdani is your
Oh my
poster child, and I hope that you
God.
run on it. I'm not going to give you any feedback because I too hope that that is the direction that you go. I think that's a great idea.
Taxing the rich is popular.
I think you
Tommy,
should.
you don't
I
think
think
tax the rich is popular?
I think you guys
You should talk to Steve Bannon about this. He has a different idea.
Well, I'm not a
He has a different
Steve
idea
Bannon
about it.
apologist either, but I think you guys should run on that. I'm not going to interject, and I think that all illegal aliens should stay. You should make them all citizens. I think that you should tax the rich. I think you should provide trans surgeries for everybody. I think you should have all the men and the women's
I think
sports.
we should have healthcare across the board for everybody.
I think you
Not
guys should
for
just
trans
stay
people,
on this
for all people.
Yeah, I think you guys should just stay on that message. I think it's going to work out really nice for us. So I'm not going to.
Oh my
I'm not in
God.
any way
I've
going to
never.
ask you to change
She's
course. I think
so mad. Holy fuck.
that's a great idea for you guys.
Crystal, absolute
The last thing I want
dub.
to talk to you about is because I'm about ready to do my commentary on it. But do you think Bad Bunny is a good choice for the Super Bowl?
I'm not that knowledgeable about him, but it seems fine, and I don't know why it's a big deal. Seems like a great American artist, so sure.
Have you guys seen that guy on TikTok? Speaking of which, follow me on TikTok at Pisco. Do it. It's your civic duty. If you love America, you follow me on TikTok if you're on that app at all. Also, Instagram is a backup because you'll get a lot of the content on Instagram. It's just a good idea. Go do it. But there's a guy on TikTok who's like doing this pretty funny Bad Bunny impression.
Not an American artist, but
he's Puerto Rican. That's part of America, dear.
Oh,
you have any
fuck.
problem with him
Oh,
saying,
fuck. Wait, what?
he's a good choice for the Super Bowl?
I'm not that knowledgeable about him, but it seems fine, and I don't know why it's a big deal. Seems like a great American artist, so sure.
He's
why
not an American artist, but
Oh, she doesn't know. No.
good choice for the Super Bowl.
I'm not that knowledgeable about him, but it seems fine, and I don't know why it's a big deal. Seems like a great American artist, so sure.
He's
why
not an American artist, but
he's Puerto Rican. That's part of America, dear.
yeah, you don't think you have any problem with him saying like the ICE is? Well, I'm sure you don't. Mother effers and sons of and that he's not going to perform here due to immigration.
America agrees with him on that.
You
I
think
mean, the majority of Americans think ICE has gone too far. They've watched videos of like 79-year-old business owners be slammed to the ground and their ribs broken by ICE. So I think the American people are probably on board with that message at this point, Tommy.
Okay. Well, whoever you're talking to, I'm sure is. I'm not so sure the rest of the country is, but
I'm just looking at the polls. That's all.
Yeah, but you told me earlier the polls
actual
didn't matter,
numbers
Crystal.
that are
You
behind
said
my
sometimes
statements, not
the
just the
polls don't
vibes.
matter. Remember that when you told me
Yeah,
that
because
earlier? The polls
principles
don't matter.
principles matter. Principles matter.
So
And
polls
but
and
when you're talking
principles
about where
matter?
the American people are, where the American people are, that's when I consult the data. But in terms of what I
When
believe,
it's helpful to you.
those are principles. No, in terms of what I believe, those are my principles.
So this is so funny because Tommy brings up the whole position of, well, I hope you keep running on this because you're going to lose. And so Tommy is bringing into question the popularity of the platform. Tommy keeps wanting to go back to that. And so when Crystal says, well, I think American people are with me, in response to what Tommy is saying, he's like, oh, now you care about polls all of a sudden. Like, no, you fucking idiot. You keep bringing it up. And so she's not saying it's good because they agree with me. She's responding to your bullshit that the American people wouldn't accept like a given platform or idea. This is so dishonest, God. And she's really one of the dumber commentators. I mean, there are a lot there. I mean, it's a super like filled field in terms of dumb conservative commentators, but she is up there. She's in the top 5 percentile.
And I stand by them, even when they're unpopular.
Well, I love that you do that. So that's the one thing that we can agree on, is that you should stand by your principles
What a
and the
bitch.
polls when they're advantageous to your side. Crystal, I enjoy the conversation. Thank you for having it, and best of luck with the Democrat
Sick burns.
socialist endeavor in America.
What a loser!
Careful what you wish for, girl.
Oh!
Best of luck.
Absolute domination. Great job, Crystal. I have to give her a 9 out of 10. I have to dock a full point for how she fumbled, in my opinion, the Hunter Biden laptop stuff by giving too much ground. Now, the average viewer, I think, isn't going to be as on that point as me. And so, this is my personal rating. I'm not saying that it detracted from her optical performance. It might have even contributed to it, to the average viewer. But because I'm someone who cares about changing that narrative, I think it's a stupid narrative. I have to dock her a point on my personal rating. But great job, Crystal. We're going to have a conversation at some point about the Hunter Biden laptop bullshit narrative. But thank you so much. Guys, if there's one thing I live by, it's follow me on TikTok, follow me on Instagram, Pisco Liddy, and Hutch is my boy. Rating into Hutch. Love you guys. Stay cool. See you very soon. And debate probably coming out today. Give that a like. Watch it. I think it's one of the greatest raffle stomps of all time. But yeah, Hutch is my boy. Send Hutch my love. Say Pisco says he loves him.